It's game day! We are here for an affiliated states and territories doubleheader kicking off here in Western Australia. The Willagee Bears up against the Joondalup Giants. We've seen a bit of the Bears over the last few weeks. In both the women's and men's competition. So we've become used to what we're going to get from them. The Joondalup Giants last week, they had their first win of 2025. They'll be full of confidence, looking to cause a bit of an upset here.
My understanding, they've got a few players back as well. We've just seen a pretty good performance. You'll be able to tell all the viewers about it. I just was looking at it from the peripheral, but a good performance in the Val Murphy. I believe there was former Ken Allen medalist running around on the track, scored a pie and maybe a couple of conversions.
Yeah, it was an absolute thriller in the Val Murphy Trophy, but unfortunately the last place Giants in the reserve grade competition going down with the Bears scoring a try on the siren to steal it from them. As we have a look at the results last week, as I mentioned, the 16-12 win from the Giants over the Sharks. Does that tell us more about where the Sharks are at or where the Giants are at?
I reckon, look, we saw the Sharks a couple of weeks ago. Admittedly, it was against the rampaging Lions at the stage. They looked like they were lacking a fair bit in structure. Young team you spoke about, they've got a few youngsters coming through. They've probably got a bit to learn. I think their discipline was a bit lax. For the Giants, well, I mean, where they're at, well, have we only seen them once? We only saw them once against the Bears, actually. I think they're doing a bit of rebuild as well, and of course they're a big fly-in, fly-out team as well, so their numbers go up and down depending upon the swing.
Yeah, never quite sure what to get. And the other result down the bottom there, the Willagee Bears beating the South Perth Lions, giving the Lions their first loss of season 2025. A pretty comprehensive win, a really good second half performance from the Bears last week. And rolled through the South Perth side and did it pretty comfortably in the end.
And it was wet weather football too, which it's not as wet as it was last week, but it was wet weather football, and we mentioned this last night as well. The team that could adjust better to wet weather footy is probably the one that's going to come out on top. So I think the Bears have probably learned a bit about that, and again, they're on their home deck. They seem to have a bit of spark when they're on their home deck. I don't think the pictures are really doing it justice. Huge crowds are getting down there at Weber Park. The hills is chockers. It's a great time to be a Bear, and I reckon as they run out through all those, they get a bit of energy. Everyone's on the sidelines, and I think that probably gives them an extra couple of steps.
Well, I mean, again, that try scored right on the siren in the Val Murphy Trophy was a huge one, and you heard the crowd go up then, so they'll have plenty of energy. As we have a look at the Bears line up here today, I think any time we get a chance to call Simoni Karanavalu is a good day. He's a real tackle buster, a real threat in jersey number 4 there.
Yeah, and again, on the wings as well, there's a couple of my favourites. They've been dominant on the wings. I want to see a bit more of that dancing as well, especially on that close edge. But along the wings, they've been very, very good, and I expect that to happen again today.
Yeah, it's a strong team that they've named once again. Halves pairing as well, Tamaho Tierney, who we didn't see last week back in the 7 jersey. He's another very creative player. The combination with him and Robbie Smith. Again, something to look forward to. Robbie always gives us something for the highlight reel or the low light reel, depending on the day.
Yeah, well, it's all fun and games as we go across to the Joondalup list. It's still a team that's got a big mix of experience and a bit of youth. And I don't know if he played last week, but the man at number 6, he's always one of my favourites. Whole of the Marshall, he's back again in the team. He's just dragging his career out. Every year I hear he's not playing, and then he turns up again. So it's great to see him. Of course, he did win a premiership for this side off his own boot, so it's great to see him still plying his trade in first grade.
Yeah, absolutely. And a couple of changes to that team that you've got on the screen there. Gabriel Price is actually into the side in jersey 17. Connor Favell is in 13. Torrent Sheehan in 16. I'm not sure who's going to play in the centres. I don't have Mitch Haggett on the updated team list that I've got, but the updated team list I got given had 5 players on the bench for the Giants. So I'm not sure who's going into the centres. I'm thinking maybe it might be Connor Favell who might slot out wide into the centres. But we'll have to see what the Giants do. They're looking to go back to back. It's taken a long while for them to get their first win, and they're trying to get off the bottom of the ladder. And up against the third place Bears. The Bears, it's important for them as well. They have to have a win. As we have a look at the team of the week, Tiger Williams, and
there's a couple of Giants in that list too.
Jafana Bramley and River Coleman on the list.
So and look, there's a fair few Bears, and 1, 2, 3, 4 Giants in there. So it's amazing what a win could do for you. And yeah, they're looking for back-to-back wins. I think the Bears are going to be too strong for them today. I just want to see them compete. They sort of opened them up in round one, didn't they? Well, the first game that we saw, the Bears really opened them up on their home deck. So the Giants still own one. Hopefully they can bring it as we see them running down the hill now at Weber Park.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the Bears start as pretty heavy favourites in this contest. But the Giants, they haven't named a bad team here today. It should be a team that should be able to compete. Again, we sort of keep waiting for the Bears to slip up, and they never quite do. But again, another test. And any team that's got a guys with the experience of Taurine Sheehan and Gus Marshall, you know they're going to go out there and compete. They're going to do a lot of things right, and they're going to make you beat them.
Yeah, I just want to see them apply that structure and that experience they have out there. I think, having seen the Bears a few times now, they're very good at disheveling defensive structures. Their run and gun style of play. Well, I think everybody's seen enough of them now to know how they play. They just, and North Beach, we saw them a couple of weeks ago, I think also got drawn into that. It took them a couple of minutes to sort of get settled and realise, okay, well, we've got to get back to playing our own footy, get back to playing proper footy. So if the Giants can do that, you never know.
Yeah, I don't know that that's true. I don't know that the Bears have a way that they play. That there is so much that they do. Guys like Tamo Tierney, Robbie Smith, Karanavalu, Manfred Kelly. These guys just play what's in front of them. They play what they're given, and you never know. It's not high percentage football a lot of the times, and if it comes off, there's nothing you can do. We're underway now. The Giants kicking off. Goes down to Smith. He hands it off, so the Bears with first use of the ball. And the Giants looking to set the tone with their defence. Nice run there, Salata. Stopping there as he gets to the defensive line. Now the Bears, they work out from Tierney. They look to explore down an edge early in this game. Wakato Waperi gets an early touch. Now with Leota. Always important for them. Johnny Leota. Goes back to Tierney. Tries to hit the belly of the ball. Testing them out early. It's a nice take from Williams at the back on the fingertips. That wouldn't have been an easy one to catch. He would have heard some footsteps coming. He's done a good job to take it. Now the Giants, they get their first use of the ball. Sheehan, they overran him, so he goes to Coleman. Coleman picked up and driven backwards. Looks like Sheehan might have started in a dummy half. Coleman in a running forward role at lock to start this game. They were named the other way around. Go to Marshall for the kick. He's kicked up from inside the 40. Kelly got a job to do. It bounces over his head and into touch. Not sure if that must be inside the 20. I think the kick was from inside the 40. He's found a touch outside the 20. There's now with Moran. Like headgear on. Now Smith comes across to the middle with Neal. Neal keeps the legs driving, gets through the tackle of Sheehan, and has come up with the error. Well, Bullard looked up at the referee, said he's dropped it, sir. The referee agrees, and the Giants, they'll get the first real opportunity of this game.
Well, somebody liked it in the crowd. Plenty of youngsters there today. Still driving. Probably a little bit too much there. Didn't have any support either. From behind him. Referee want that again. Got to be perfect, Donny.
Absolutely. We need to see every scrum twice just to compare them.
It's a WA thing, isn't it?
Spot the difference. It is a WA thing. I love to take the mick out of it a little bit, to be honest. The Giants, a great opportunity. You're seeing a dummy half. Good strong charge now. Eventually allowed to play at Salada. Coleman, quick catch pass. They get out wider. Tamua Bradley. He's put down Sheehan again. Looks one way, comes back the other. Bullard. You can hear the Bears with their song from the Val Murphy Trophy win. In juxtaposition with the Giants on the attack here in the field to go and play Premiership, but they come up with the error. Maybe the ferocity of the Bears song in the change rooms put them off.
It was loud. Certainly loud.
They come up with a mistake. Willagee Bears. Well, now.
What's he got there?
I can only imagine there was a bit of yap. Gus Marshall, like I assume, was the player that he pointed at. That
does like a bit of
maybe had a little bit to say that the referee didn't agree with. He's decided rather than getting angry, he will blow a penalty.
I think there are certain people on the park, Donny, where you just probably zero tolerance is probably demanded, and Gus might be one of those, given his position in rugby league in general.
I think the problem Gus Marshall has is that he understands the game better than most of the referees.
He does, yeah. He absolutely does.
I think it can be frustrating as a referee when he's right. And it annoys you, so you penalise him to compound your error. But,
I reckon he's going to clip this.
He's not... He made sure he didn't say anything to the referee that time. As the Giants get the scrum win, they go out wide. It ends up with Williams. Williams comes back against the grain. Now Sheehan. They try and straighten the attack. Camso in there. Now with Coleman. Coleman tips it on to Bullard. Tinney making sure he wraps up the ball. He knows that's a threat. Now Coleman again goes out wide. Stepping back in is Dunn. Dunn gets a quick play the ball. Sheehan picked it up behind and goes for the run. And Sheehan goes straight through and scores. Well, they just opened up far too easily there, the Willagee Bears. The quick play the ball from Brodie Dunn was the key. Sheehan gets out, had River Coleman on his shoulder. That drew some defenders away, and Taurine Sheehan, he's done it all himself.
And the key for the Giants too was probably to score first on the home deck. You can hear a pin drop at Weber Park at the moment, straight from dummy half, saw the gap. The one criticism I've had of the Bears is they do maybe take 5 minutes or so to get set defensively. They're very keen to sort of hit the wall, but if they don't have ball in hand, to adjust, they take a while to adjust. As we see that man again that we spoke about is Gus Marshall, the super boot himself.
Moves in, knocks it over.
And that's a great start for the Giants. It's exactly what they wanted.
They've been the better team in this opening 7 minutes or so. It has been all down that end of the field. The Bears coming up with a couple of errors. And the Giants, well, they take their opportunity. And it's, I think it's correct what you said about the Bears. They love to hit hard. They love to make that good first contact. But when they don't dominate a ruck, as happened they can be a little bit slow getting back onside. The kickoff hits the post, and that could have been anything. The Giants do clean it up, but Well, it could have been tragic, and he's dropped the ball. He's made the error. Complaining to the...
no, you've got nothing to complain about there.
Well, he wants to challenge, but I think a smart captain would say we're not going to challenge that one. If that was a thing here.
I just watched it on the replay of the live stream, which is on delay, and he's just dropped that goal.
He certainly did. Well, here's a great chance for the Bears to strike straight back. Their first real opportunity of this game so far. Let's see what they can do with it. So Camso goes down the short side and in and away, and Kelly dives for the corner! That is spectacular from Manfred Kelly!
I don't know, we don't have a camera on that, so I don't know how much of it was required. It was fantastic, Don, but first possession! That's what they can do. We see it here again on replay, just some fancy footwork. Dosh's, he's got his man out here on the right. He probably could have gone under, but he's decided to go over. What a great try. And again, off first possession, their first real opportunity inside Giants territory. Giants muffed it up with the first tackle after points, and they've come back and they've hit hard. Not a great, well, it was a good start for Giants, but they haven't followed up defensively.
That is a fabulous finish from Manfred Kelly.
Clip that.
Just diving over into the corner. Yeah, I think the cover was coming across. I think it was absolutely necessary. Yeah. It was.
It looks spectacular. And you think, oh yeah, I could do that. I could, But to maintain possession.
Who thinks that?
I don't know. Probably all the kids watching it. But to maintain possession of that ball in hand, and then throw yourself essentially over and plant the ball, it's actually really difficult. It really is, because traditionally you've got the ball under your arm, you slide it in, but you've got to hold that ball and put it down with pressure. That's a really tough thing to do.
He's hit the posts. Well, a great strike from Tierney from the sideline.
Here we go.
Have another look at that little in and away from Karen Avalu. He did the dancing as Dave McRae was asking for. I'll tell you what, that's perfect vision from the cameras of the local media services company.
Again, that grip on the ball, it looks easy, but it's not.
I couldn't do it. No, I don't think it looks easy. I think it looks spectacular.
No, look, it looks brilliant. Try of the year so far.
Well, now the Bears, after a spectacular try, looking to complete this set of 6. It's Neal, grabs him by the leg, and takes him backwards. And Wadwell. So look to go that shift as they've done a couple of times. It comes out to Moran. Moran, a little bit of space, looks to get it offload away, but pulls it back in before he throws it. Well, that's going to be a penalty late in the count. I think they just got tied up. He did flop down on top of him right at the end, but I think he was just tangled up in the tackle. Completely unintentional, but from the referee's perspective, it looked like a dead set flop. Well, a fortuitous penalty.
He did call held, and then he's fallen on him. So I guess letter of the law, it still is a penalty, whether it's deliberate or not. We kind of saw something like that in the start of Origin.
Well, another opportunity for the Bears to perhaps take the lead.
He's trying to go under that.
Ducking underneath tackles there. Lakato Wiperi. Now Leota, back in behind the ruck. Runs straight over the top of Sheehan, who just holds on to his ankles. Camso to Tierney, goes across to Smith. Smith goes wider, out to Mills, and now Karanavalu! A nice little in and away! Takes him on himself, brusts through the first tackle, and Williams holds on for dear life. Smith into dummy half. He fires a pass to Tierney. Tierney doesn't like what he's got one way, comes back the other, dribbles it in behind, dives for the ball, and getting on it is Tiger Williams to save the day.
Jesus, spectacular when he gets ball on hand and gets that run.
Might be White that dived on the ball. He's certainly great to watch. So Monty Karanavalu. Have a look at again at the little kick in behind here from Tomo Tierney. Took it right to the line. Dives for the ball here, but I think White gets to it first.
He just got caught up. Half a step off.
They're kicking from deep inside their own territory there, the Giants. Marshall's got a big boot and needed it. It goes down to Mills. Mills goes out to Raperi. He again tries to duck underneath the tackle and might have caught one high, at least according to the Bears fans on the sideline. Bouncing out of a tackle, throws the pass to Mills, who puts it down.
I think it was forward anyway.
He's been dangerous going down that side. Raperi.
Definitely like it was going forward.
Well, mistake though from the Bears gives the Giants an opportunity. They've been under pressure the last couple of minutes, so they'll be happy to get the ball in hand. As Bullard goes across and getting up on Babington there. Was Kelly, the try scorer. Williams out of dummy half. Now with Coleman, he had Bullard on his outside, he has the arm free, thinking about popping the pass, but they wrap it up. Camso comes across over the top to limit the offload. Sheehan with only one marker, gets out again, shrugs away from that one marker, now goes to Marshall. Marshall out the back to Williams. Williams floats a pass out wide. A little bit of a dance, a kick in behind. It's picked up nicely, didn't get a kind bounce there, Ryan Mills, but nice hands. And breaks out of a couple of tackles before he's put down by Vunibola. Well, it's all ad hoc footy from the Joondalup Giants at the back end of that set. Almost coming up with a result.
Not actually sure when that last pass he didn't quite know what to do there.
Here we go again. Karanavalu with room in front of him, gets onto the outside of his man. Look to Kelly. Doesn't throw the pass, but Karanavalu is causing all sorts of headaches out on that right-hand side. He'll play the ball, and Moran just a hit up through the middle. Driven sideways. Camso to dummy half. He goes to Tierney. Tierney goes to the line, puts a kick down into a corner, looking to bend that over the sideline, and that is on a string.
Not a bad kick. Very nice. Deft touch. An off break.
Well, he just did what he wanted it to do. And at his best, Tomo Tierney's a real puppet master. Does have all the tricks. Good defence, down low. That's McDermott. Now a juggle from Vunibola. Raperi jumps on him late. The Giants come back in towards the middle of the park, standing, late offload, back to Sheehan. Sheehan, and now Williams going through the middle. It's White through the middle. Plays it to get back to Sheehan. Bullard has to go behind himself to catch it. Gets it on to Marshall. Marshall puts the kick in behind, and Mills, right place, right time, as he has been most of the day so far. His positioning at fullback has been very good.
Just surrenders. He's been handed down there. The game's sort of settled now.
This is a big effort there from Daniel Neal to have the first carry after the half break there from the Joondalup Giants for the big front rower to be there. Now it comes across to the other front rower. McDermott shows some skill. Gets it out now with Moran. Moran running a long way before the Giants can put him to ground. Kelly gets into dummy half. He looks to Karanavalu, who wants a run. He does some dancing again. Steps past the first. Stands in the tackle of the second. The Giants handle him there. But it's not easy. Smith goes across to Mills. Mills goes wider still to the Wiperi. Wiperi bounces off Vunibola, who comes again to finish him off. Tierney driving that one through the line. Down to the Giants fullback. White will play the ball. Babington takes a run out of dummy half. And along. Just out onto the field. Rao. He's had a couple of nice moments since he got out there. Plays the ball and Sheehan out of dummy half. It's been dangerous throughout. Comes out with Williams. Goes back to Marshall for the kick. He tries to measure it. Wants a contest, but I don't think he's got quite enough height on it. Rikato Wiperi goes out wide. And Kelly throws an expansive dummy to Karanavalu. Jumps through one tackle of Raya before Coleman comes to finish him off. Now Wiperi. The outside backs come to take a bit of pressure off the Willagee forwards. The ball's been in play quite some time now, without a real break. Strawn. It's Campso, dummies to the blind side. They go to the open. Juggle there from Tierney. Backwards is the call. He's got dancing moves as well.
Not entirely sure that was warranted, but still.
The Willagee Bears, I tell you what, they'd be fun on the dance floor. It's Robbie Smith. We know he's got moves. He fends away from one. Looks to get away from another. He does. He bounces away from a third. Well, he broke out 3 or 4 tackles there, Robbie Smith. All in the space of about 5 metre run. It's Tierney. Once again is going to try and test out the back three with a towering bomb. It's taken well there by Babington. 6 points to 4 on the cash converter scoreboard. We're in round 7. The Fuel to Go and Play Premiership. Joondalup Giants.
Penalty towards Joondalup, is that right?
Got a penalty to the Giants.
Late tackle off the ball.
For a late tackle off the ball.
Late tackle, guys.
Well, it's our first chance to take a breath for a while, Dave. It's been in play for a long time. It's just settled. I'll just keep an eye on Karanavalu there. He's copped the sting. I think he's fine now in back play. It's just that left shoulder, I think it was, in that tackle. But yeah, it's just sort of settled, hasn't it? Bit of an arm wrestle.
Yeah, with Long.
Okay, 10.
Plays it back to Sheehan, who's been good. Raya, he bounces away from McDermott. McDermott doesn't like missing tackles, so he comes again and makes sure he finishes it. Turned underneath for Bullard, and Bullard loses the ball. Well, I said he doesn't like missing tackles. Finn McDermott, he makes up for it on the next play by getting his shoulder up underneath the ball and forcing the error.
That's the first real error we've seen between either side for a while. Don, you just mentioned, we've been going set for set, tackle for tackle, and that's a great one there.
Now the Bears. 22 minutes gone. Campso has a look out at dummy half. He's a dangerous runner, but they've kept him well contained in this opening 22 minutes. Smith, he's going to put the kick across field for Kelly. Kelly flying through, gets a bounce. Sits up in his hands perfectly. It's still alive here for the Bears. Smith has got the ball again. Stands in the tackle. There of Brodie Dunn, who finishes it off. Campso waits at dummy half. McDermott. Not sure he knows what he's doing with it. He tries to step past Bullard. The two big men. They go toe-to-toe on the dance floor. Tierney He's going to kick for Kelly again. That's his target. They both fly high, the ball on the deck. Cleaned up, I think, by Williams, but there'll be a knock on here somewhere. I think the first one off the Bears. Handover. Joondalup ball.
On the head. Here's a fly. Yeah, good forward there. Good fly, though. Great fly.
I tell you, the work from Diesel Babington was pretty good as well. From a standing jump, he got a lot of height to make it difficult for Manfred Kelly, who had a running start.
If you're the player under that though, and you've got Kelly steaming down on you, but that's the second time they bombed into that corner or into that side. I mean, there's a bit of courage there to stand your ground and hold that, because you know if you don't, those boys are going to come flying through.
Torian Sheehan, he's been outstanding to start. He had another great run from dummy half a minute ago. The Giants, they look to kick it, but it goes out wide. They decide to use the ball. It comes out to Williams. Williams is the man that's gone to that centre spot in place of Mitch Haggett. Leon wide at fullback, which has caused me some problems.
Seeing some fatigue set in already, Tom.
Certainly, I mean, when the ball is in play for such a period of time, you're definitely going to see fatigue start to play a role, because they're not really getting any chance to have a breather. And I don't know whether that's a way that they want to get a breather. Is that Tifana Tamua Bradley gives away the penalty. Not much in it, just tips him.
If you just have a look, his legs just went. And in fact, you could argue he's just pulled his leg up. So, a bit harsh, but still, they get a breather, and I'm sure the forward packs would like that.
Again, there's a lot of people gathered around the trainer with the water bottle. Maybe you'll have to bring more than one out next time. Karanavalu, take the tap. So a great chance now for the Bears to take the lead for the first time in this game. Comes through Strawn. He's put down. Now McDermott tips it on to Wadwell. Wadwell stands in the tackle, throws the pass straight at the head of Daniel Neal. Well, I mean, he had the arms free. Neal was standing there, but for some reason Neal wasn't expecting the pass.
Waste of an opportunity. Yeah, just
Look,
it wasn't a great pass.
Did throw it straight at his nose.
It wasn't a great pass. How many? Yeah. Collected it with his forehead.
Well, they've blown that chance, and the Giants still in front. 26 minutes gone. Coming off the back fence with a nice charge. Good run there from Ricciana. Fresh out onto the field. A one-on-one strip.
Two on the tackle. Says the referee.
Well, Wadwell. We'll have a look at the replay. There is two, but you see he drops out of the tackle there, Cam, so before it was stripped out. Again, it's a fraction of a second stuff, and the angle we had is a lot better than what the referee had.
The defence of the ref, the bunker would have overturned that, but we don't have the bunker. So.
Always a difficult rule to interpret out on the field. You've only got one angle to look at it. But the Giants, they get the opportunity through Raya. He's had some powerful running. And again, leaves one in his wake there in Jack Strawn. Wants a quicker play the ball than he was allowed. Now going right to the line, handing that off, and coming up with the error though is Ricciana. Well, just trying to be a little bit too cute there, Brodie Dunn. Ricciana remonstrating with himself.
Again, a couple of hands on knees there. I think we've seen a couple of handling errors in the last few minutes. It could be that fatigue now setting in. I wonder which team's got the more fitness, more stamina between these two sides, Storm.
Well, I mean, on what we've seen, you'd have to say the Bears. They do seem to be a team that plays the full 80 minutes in the times we have called them. I've only called the Giants once, but their results have not been encouraging. Caranaval gets to the outside, gets the ball to Kelly. They've gone to this side a lot, and rightfully so. Kelly, he's
slippery.
He's very hard to stop. Slips through another couple of tackles. Caranaval tipping that one on to Strawn. Camso looks to Tierney. Tierney goes across, has a couple of options, turns it now to Edwards.
Something high.
Gets a high shot. Edwards wasn't bothered. He wanted to take a quick tap. They'll find the line here with Ryan Mills, and but perhaps some of that fatigue starting to shine through with just a little lazy slip up from the Giants, opening the gate once more. I don't think the Bears have been quite as crisp as they would have liked.
Well, I think the Giants have been, their performance of their first 30 minutes probably hasn't been representative of their season thus far. I think they've been okay.
They've been very good. They've run hard.
This is good, clean footy. So they've managed to defend everything the Bears have thrown at them, and they've been up their end as much as they've had to defend down their own. So
Mills goes out with Perry, runs out of room again. Well drilled defensively there. The Giants had that covered all the way. Perry goes back in field. Now Tierney goes across the face of one to Wadwell. I don't know that he's popping the offload on this occasion. Tierney in behind the ruck. They go out to Smith. Smith double pumps, goes to Mills. Mills to Caranaval. Caranaval to Kelly. Again, there's two Giants there to try and stop him, and they do. They seem to be getting numbers there, and they're handling what the Bears are throwing at them quite comfortably. And the error at dummy half from Caranaval, and he doesn't look 100%. You're right.
Yeah, he's copped something. But both teams at the moment are breaking down pretty much in the same position.
The Bears, they didn't look like they went left, they went right, they went through the middle. They tried a few different things. They threw some shots there at the Joondalup Giants, and the Giants handled it pretty easily. They adjusted really well defensively. They kept their connection really well. They slid across when they needed to. They moved up when they needed to. It was a really good defensive set from Joondalup. Now they have a bit of a get-out set, trying to get out of their own end, and Gus Marshall gets out of it there as the best way he knows how. Boots it down to Mills. He hands it off to Kelly. Actually, it's Caranaval who's dropped back. He's broken through 2 and 3. He has a little bit of a bobble there in contact, but holds on to it. It's a good shot over the top there from Long.
He seems to be all right now. Got up okay.
Looks like Bannister is out onto the field. Is Edwards. Busts through 1, busts through 2. He's got the arm free, standing in the tackle. He wants to play it now. Plays it back. Bannister gets out of dummy half. He runs a long way before he gets to the defence and gets the penalty. River Coleman, the man called offside. Well, I think lucky to get away with that, Tierney. I think Bannister might have been in front of him when he tapped it. But he played a bit of hide and go seek with the referee.
Well, yeah, the referee's back was turned. So.
Now Cameron. He played most of the game in the Val Murphy Trophy as well.
Wow.
Mahi Cameron. Now Tierney stepping back infield with Perry. They shut him down and forced him back infield every time they've come to the left. They come to the left again. And now taking on his opposite number, stepping back infield, reaching out towards the line.
Got that down. No way. He has too.
No, the referee's saying short.
No, short. Came close.
Kato Wiperi plays the ball. Now Tierney. Looks to have too much depth on it. Goes over the dead ball line. Well, he didn't measure that one, Tamaho Tierney. And the Giants, once again, a good defensive set on their line.
They've been down this area a bit now, so the last 4 or 5 minutes now, they've had to defend quite vigorously. The Bears haven't looked that dangerous, but I think that's because the Giants have been very good defensively. I mean, they appear to be trying to work something. They're trying to make something happen.
I think
but there's discipline from the Giants at the back end.
Yeah, I think they've been very good defensively. Oh, there's a late shot there put on. Hit him well after he passed the ball. Marshall again looks at the referee perplexed. I think he wanted further action rather than just the penalty. It's Williams. Tap. Goes to Dunn. Dunn hands it off to Long. Long's put down. Sheehan. Favell. Picked up. Driven into the ground there by Johnny Leota. Now Coleman. Coleman goes to the line. Across the face. It hits the deck. Sweeping around. White picks it up. Play on, says the referee. Where Perry makes a desperate tackle around the bootlaces. Marshall. Coming back towards the middle, Sheehan. He turns that underneath. Sheehan waiting now at first receiver. Marshall goes to him. Goes out the back. Another long pass. Do they have the numbers? Kelly defending in the centres. They wrap around. The ball back to Sheehan. Sheehan steps past one. Ducks underneath Robbie Smith. Throws the pass back. The Giants weren't awake to it, but who was awake to it was Josh Moran. Now the Giants holding on. Gus Marshall wants to come and have a chat to the referee.
I don't know what the what is. Yeah, I don't know if that was worth a penalty.
Well, I mean, he pushed him down on the head.
But
the Bears player grabbed hold of him.
Yes, so I think so.
If they, I mean, it probably worth a penalty for the push down.
That's
on the
my
head.
point. Like,
but I don't know that that's what they picked up.
Yeah.
Everybody stops. And Karanavalu, after hearing play on when he screams at the second time, decides to go. Well, we've had a comical couple of seconds.
I think this might be for some chat. No, tackle one. Okay. Just resetting.
I think he's telling the telling the touch judge that it's tackle one, reminding him that it's tackle one, but he wants to have a word. Maybe both sides just giving a little bit too much advice on the run. Ryan Mills has a bit of a joke. I don't know whether Gus Marshall seems to see the funny side.
It's a very, very dry sense of humour, Gus. Probably the driest sense of humour that I know. That wasn't a great pass. Oh,
well, now the Giant with Coleman puts it on the boot.
Still going.
Bounces around. There's got to be a knock on there somewhere. There's about 4 knock-ons. And it's going to be a Giants feed.
Great chase.
Coleman was desperately scrapping, trying to get on the ball. We get a chance with the ball here. We saw the Bears put on a nice scrum move. Do the Giants have one? Vunibola. He's lost the headgear. Got rid of that. Now playing with the dreadlocks roaming free. It comes from Dunn. Dunn to Williams. Williams stands in the tackle. Gets it back to White. White tries to go between defenders. It's the Bears' chance to stand up defensively. Coleman bouncing away from one, spins away from another. They've got hold of him there. Cameron makes the tackle. Dunn to Marshall. Marshall goes out and they come back in behind the ruck there with Tamua Bradley. She into dummy half. Goes to Coleman. Coleman sees a bit of a chance, rolls over, spins towards the line. I think he's got this down beside the post as his referee. He's called time off. He's saying held up, last tackle. So he'll have to go back 10 metres. What has Gus Marshall got for us on the final play? He's in behind the ruck. That's who it goes to. Goes to the line, trying to roll it in behind. Knocked backwards there by Leota. Play on, says the referee. Or the whistle went to the mouth to call a knock on. And I think he thought about it and realised that it did actually go backwards.
Maybe waiting for his assistants to interject. Again, both sides playing, you know, they get to that last point, that last 10, that last 5.
How often is it that we call a game on the Friday night in the Westpac Women's Premiership and then the game the next day follows a fairly similar pattern?
It's very odd. And there's a lot of similarities. This is great footy. I mean, if you're, from your purist perspective, this is great footy.
Because it's not 0-all like it was at half-time last night, but still a very tight, low-scoring affair in the opening 40. The Bears, well, it's been a good set so far from them. As it comes to Tierney. Needs to put the finishing touches on. Tries to drop that kick over the back. That's taken nicely by White. There's a bit of feeling out there as well. There's Vuni Bowler out of dummy half.
Okay, hands off, you got him.
And that's pushed out by Tierney. He gets a little bit of a slap from Vuni Bowler as well.
I can't hear you guys.
Well, I think Tomaho Tierney's going to get away with this. He, yes, it is eventually got the call from the sideline that it was stripped. Well, the referee was calling the knock on to begin with. Vuni Bowler, he just got up, give him a little slap.
One of them's given away a few kilos there in the fight. I'm not sure. We've got 20 odd seconds before the half-time siren. But I was just going to say, Don, it's a pity that the Bears didn't convert their try, because 6-all I think would be. Oh no, he's muffed that.
Well, he has, but they're not going to have time to pack a scrum, so it's not going to matter.
So it is half-time. And what a half-time it has been. I said that the Giants had to start quick. They had to start strong. They were the first to score. Then the Bears out of nowhere pigged one back with probably what was the try of the year. If you haven't seen that, we'll show it again later. And then it's been an arm wrestle for 30 minutes. Genuine rugby league, great defence, great runs. Throw a blanket over. Who's going to win this, Don?
Well, I don't know. I think you asked the perfect question. Whoever is the fittest.
Yes.
So that's what it's going to come down to. It's going to be a test of endurance, because both these sides are going at it hard. Their defensive patterns are being tested, and they've held up really well in that opening 40. I think we've got a magnificent second 40 coming up.
This is some classic footy to start the kickoff Super Saturday. We'll take a quick break now, and we'll bring you. We'll be in a ball-busting second half shortly.
Well, g'day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second half of the Fuel to Go and Play Premiership Round 7 match between the Joondalup Giants and the Willagee Bears at half-time. We're staring down the barrel, the biggest upset of the season. The Giants leading 6 points to 4. The question that needs to be answered in this next 40 minutes, Dave McRae, is can the Giants go on with it?
Well, if they keep doing what they did in the first half, absolutely. You've just joined us. We just mentioned as we went to the break, it's halfway through that half, there was a lot of players with hands on knees and on the haunches. It was tough footy. So if that continues on for the 40, it will definitely be a battle of who is the fittest, who has the most stamina.
We're going to see things open up in this second 40 because fatigue will play a role, as you pointed out. Smith around the chest there at Coleman, and they come back through the ruck there. Jack Strawn gives away the penalty, so the referee looking to speed up the ruck. Perhaps his instructions for this second half. So that'll bring fatigue into it even more. He's got the headgear back on. Rooney bowler, he lost it in the first half, midway through the first half, as Bullard gets a quick play the ball, and Coleman on the back of that. Punching back in behind the ruck, gets the legs lifted up there by Cameron. Now Sheehan goes to Dunn, Dunn inside to Bullard, his second carry of this set. Sheehan goes now to Marshall. Marshall tracks across field, picks up the underneath runner. The second option. Now Marshall on the right will look for the kick. Rolling it down into a corner. The Bears, they secure possession there. Ricardo Wiperi. Worked down a short side and Shea Wiperi saw half a gap, half a chance. Marshall gets across, closes it down. Now Leota pushing away from a couple. Coleman around the bootlaces. The Bears, they want a penalty in the same fashion that the Giants just got one. No reciprocation from the referee so far in this set. Bannister gets out of dummy half. He takes good meters, spins out of the first tackle. That's a good run. Bullard comes over the top to finish off with Coleman. Now Smith from dummy half. He's going to try and kick down into a corner as well. It dances around White. He spun himself in a circle and Robbie Smith gets hold of him and rips him to the ground. Well, both teams with very good sets of 6 to start this second half.
So they're continuing on, Don, with this offensive, defensive pressure, this arm wrestle. I don't know how long they can keep it up.
Well, they're playing to the rugby league playbook at the moment. Get through your set, kick to a corner. You know, the Bears, they do have some real game breakers. They haven't been able to bust this one open so far. It's an early kick in the set now from Marshall, but Mills, as he has done most of the day, perfectly positioned, gets across to it to take it. Goes out to Karanavalu. He looks to get to the outside of Vunibola. Gets it on to Kelly. Kelly comes back in field. Vunibola comes from behind to finish off the tackle and gives away the penalty.
Just launched himself onto his head, I think.
He just we'll have a look on the replay, see if we can pick up where the contact was. Just sort of jumped onto his back. There's not a lot in that, but not much.
But again, we mentioned this last night, Don, that it's definitely a directive from the highs up. Protect the head at all costs.
Karanavalu, the first carry of this set. So as the Giants, after a penalty, get down into a good spot. McDermott trying to get the Bears down into a good spot as well. Bannister waits at dummy half, goes to Smith. Smith goes to Tierney. Tierney goes wider to Mills. Mills comes back infield. And I feel that's been part of the Bears' problem, is they've been very lateral. They've gone side to side a lot. Haven't earned the right often enough. And the Giants have been strong in the middle of the field. That's probably why they've tried to shift to the edge a bit earlier than they should have. Cameron plays it to Bannister. Smith. So go across again. This time trying to run between defenders is Jack Strawn. He's put down on 5. Robbie Smith is working, scheming towards the blind side. They go that way to Karanavalu. Karanavalu is just going to be held up, held into the field of play, gets an offload back to Kelly, but it was never on.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was the right idea. There was no overlap there. There's plenty of numbers.
The referee wants to have a conversation with the touch judge to find out what happened.
So
we'll have a look. He does throw the pass back.
Oh, did he actually throw it back, or was it?
The touch judge is certainly saying there was a touch, but I think it was a knock-on from the Bears first. I think that's the correct decision in the end. The Bears did not deserve a result from that poor last tackle option.
No, it wasn't. I don't know what the option was. I mean, they covered him well. They knew that they were probably going to go to Karanavalu, and they had the numbers there to curtail it.
Well, I was actually waiting for Smith to, because he was standing in behind the ruck. I was waiting for him to go across to that blind side, but he didn't move. It just went straight to Karanavalu for a bit of a nothing play. Here, this is the under sixes. Do what you can. Just try and beat everybody and score a try. And that seemed to be the tactic. The Giants, they'll march upfield. Look for Gus Marshall to kick them out of trouble, as he has done most of the day. Genuflecting there, Ryan Mills takes that one. Sort of got stuck in behind Jack Strawn. The ball comes free and they get a penalty. Well, it's a relieving penalty for the Bears. After it all broke down for them. And just Jack Bullard, well, it's inexcusable. He just walks back through the ruck, kicks the ball out of the way, doesn't leave the referee any choice. There was no real reason or need for him to do it.
There's no positive for that. I mean, even if he hadn't kicked the ball, you could still draw him into that and draw a penalty out of it. Just stay away from it.
Strawn will play the ball. Centre field. Now with Edwards. Come across to Tierney. Tierney to Leota. Leota steps off the left, runs into Marshall. Makes the tackle with a little bit of assistance from Ricciana. Tierney, he sweeps around to the blind side.
Good coverage.
Comes out of the tackle, but the Giants once again handle it pretty well. Now to Smith. Smith. Pass goes in behind Edwards. It's kicked through there by the Giants. Picked up by Karanavalu. That'll be a repeat of the tackle count. Smith takes off. Well, I thought he might have been able to draw Babington and maybe put this man in. Well, he goes in next play. It is Manfred Kelly.
Yeah, the
referee, well, the touch judge,
there was some.
Well, the touch judge has not come into the in-goal area. The touch judge does not believe this is a try. So it's not going to be a try. It's going to be a penalty to the Giants. And this is against Robbie Smith. He pushes the marker out of the way. As you see, he plays the ball, he marches forward, takes the marker out. That's very good work from the touch judge to keep his eye on that play. Referee's watching the ball and correctly awards the penalty to the Giants and takes one off the Bears. Dropping the tackle down low from Bannister.
Again, each side's getting to that last line of that fifth.
That last pass not sticking. And a lot of the credit has to go to the defence. I think we spend a lot of time praising great attacking plays. I think the defence from both sides has been remarkable. through 50 minutes. We've got just one try each. As Marshall goes to the sky. Well, he didn't look comfortable under the last one, Mills. He doesn't look comfortable under that one either, but he's taken both of them. That's all that matters.
It may not have looked comfortable, but he's still been pretty solid back there. Well, the skipper for the Bears. He's been reliable.
He's got the job done.
Now we see a few more of these coming in now. The referee wants to have a chat.
I know, but you're not telling me what to do, okay? All right. Keep voice down, hold hands, right? Keep voice. This is still their penalty, but you guys just talk. But there's Marcus went to bed.
So referee doesn't like the chat.
He's got a lot of advice today, it seems. It's been a frustrating day for him out in the middle. I think he's done a great job.
I think he's done a really good job. And look, you know, no referee likes to be lectured, but none of it's been overly aggressive. We know, you know, there's a couple of characters on both sides that like to give advice.
And he's come up with the error there, and it's going to be a penalty to the Bears. Well, is there a question here as to whether they take the two to level it up? It doesn't look like it's going through their mind at all. They're kicking to the sideline. Maybe a bit far out.
I'm not sure about that one.
Tap and go. Comes through the first tackle there with Perry. And Marshall again holding on too long in the tackle. And some chat. So March 10.
Good refereeing again. He's just had that chat. So stamping the authority.
Well, they might be penalising themselves out of the game here. Discipline an issue for the Giants at the moment.
It just appears to have broken down a bit in the last few minutes.
They've got a great opportunity. Kato Wapiri. He's put down. Plays it back to Bannister. That's an interesting play, the ball. It comes from Tierney across to Smith. Smith calls a couple of runners underneath. Now wants a straight runner. Goes out to Karanavalu with a bit of space. The flick pass doesn't find the target. Unless the target was the touch judge.
It's one of those ones where it's a low percentage play. It looks spectacular if it comes off.
Well, he'd done the job. He turned the winger inside out. If he found the mark, Kelly goes over untouched. Doesn't find the target.
It's that last pass again, Don.
Absolutely. And again, the scrambling defence from the Giants, good enough to keep their line intact as the Giants come up with another error, although it's gone backwards. Now Joondalup trying to punch through the middle. Good strong charge. Now Bullard gets the jersey ripped up. Sheehan, he does a bit of a dance with the marker. Dummy to the inside runner. That's to go himself. Now Marshall again, he'll go to the sky and ask another question of Ryan Mills, who gets up, takes that one a little bit more assuredly. Goes to Kelly. Kelly, look to go to the outside, then goes back inside. Breaks through a tackle and they roll him over onto his back. Karanavalu. He just takes a hit up. He's done a lot of work. Both the blokes over on this side, Karanavalu and Kelly. Feel like I've called their names a lot. There's Tierney on the back of the Leota offload. He goes through, spins around, looking for someone in support. He's still going, Tierney. Eventually put down. Comes now across the face of Wadwell. Bounces around. Nobody knew who that pass was for, and McDermott has to just clean it up. Again, fatigue is showing as Smith dummies inside, goes outside now to Strawn. Strawn looking to pull through the tackle. He's put to ground there by Dunn. Dunn stays in the tackle a long time on tackle 5. Smith goes to Mills. Little kick in behind. Wadwell chasing through. Got the ball. Blake Wadwell dives over. No try.
What's he saying? Offside?
He said he was in front of the kick from Ryan Mills, and a penalty. Another one, and
yes,
I think he's got that right. The touch
really
judge.
Really good refereeing.
Well, again,
refereeing.
that has to come from the touch judge, not the referee.
Well, good officiating.
And the touch judge has come up with a couple of great calls in the second half.
And we've got the benefit of the replay, slow it down a bit. I mean, he was definitely in front of the kicker, but in real time, that would have been real tough to pick up.
And not in front by much. It's only a step in front. And again they've got it 100% right.
It's that last pass, defensively, both sides. It's an arm wrestle.
Well, let's see if which one of these teams can go over the top. To use a nice 80s reference, Bullard carts it forward. Sheehan. Nice strong run. Salada. Bullard. He's been great in this second half, Jack Bullard. Apart from one moment. He's worked really hard. This goes to Marshall for the kick on the last. Leota and Wadwell had him under plenty of pressure. The ball comes down and the Giants have got it. The Giants stepping towards the try line, reaching out short. Was short of the line and lost it. Double movement penalty, the Bears. And that he was centimetres away. Well, watch how close he goes here.
Scrambling
Stan White steps inside and just short, and he reached out and had another go.
Daniel Neal just grabbing the legs, just taking away that extra couple of centimetres he needed. And again, a last pass, scrambling defence. We still have a deadlock in this second half.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't follow or support. I don't have a dog in the race, so to speak, but I've got a knot in my chest. I can just imagine how the Bears and Giants fans and family members are feeling watching this contest. It has been absorbing. It's Perry. He's put down. Main Campso back out there at dummy half. Smith, he's going to put the little kick over the top. Chasing through Karanavalu. A touch from the Giants. Karanavalu! It opens up. They won't catch him. Well, it was Robbie Smith once again putting in a creative kick. The bounce was perfect for Simoni Karanavalu. As we have a look at this replay, the touch from the Giants straight into the arms, and it just opens up. He runs away, and the Bears in front for the first time in this game. It's taken almost 58 minutes, but they are in front.
And it was the perfect kick, packaged well. Karanavalu using that pace down on that right edge. We know how dangerous he could be, and that little hand. I think even if he hadn't touched it, Karanavalu probably would have taken it, but once he had that ball in hand, scrambling defence at the back, you knew he's got to put the afterburners on. There was no one there to catch him. Beautiful kick, and that's actually something we haven't really spoken about a lot today. The kicking game's actually been pretty good.
They both teams have controlled where they've handed over the ball most of the game. And we've spoken about defences from a defensive perspective. I mean, what else could they have done there? No, that's indefensible.
Yeah. So, and it was probably always going to be that. They were continually looking for that break just to try and make something happen. The bounce of a beautiful shaped oval ball. But there's another one you can clip up, put in the highlights reel.
Mills knocks it over, converts the try. And the Bears, they're in front, 10 points to 6. We've still got 20 minutes to go. there's time for the Giants to come back. They've gone within a whisker of a second try a few times in this game. And we have mentioned a few times during the call that we expect fatigue to play a role at some stage in this game. In the last 20, well, that's usually when it becomes a factor. Which team has worked the hardest in training? The Giants all in front of the referee there, but they get back onside in time. Wadwell held up, driven backwards. Camso finds McDermott. Camso again, dummies open, goes blind. Bounces away from the first marker, can't get away from Sheehan, the second marker. Now Tierney with the kick downfield. Taken by White. White steps past Tierney, gets away from Neal. Now Babington. Plays it back to Sheehan. Sheehan, a very flat pass there to Coleman. Flatter than flat. It was forward.
The crowd's found some voice there, Donny.
Well, they've got their side in front, trying to barrack them home. But, once again, a decision that I don't think anybody can argue with. Certainly a forward pass from dummy half. Well picked up for Smith. Goes across to Mills. Mills, he takes it to the line. Lucio Vuni ball up. And Taurine Sheehan involved. It's Karanavalu. Entangles with the markers, but they do their job. Gives everybody else a bit of a rest. Now Strawn. He's put down. Play it back to Camso. Camso to Smith. Smith dummies to the first runner, gives it to the second. Bouncing away from one goes Neal. Neal wants a quick play of the ball, gets it. They go now to the open side with Tierney. It goes across to Mills. Mills stands in the tackle, just had a couple of his own teammates standing in front of him. Takes the tackle standing up. Comes back to Tierney. Tierney looks at a one-pointer. Didn't strike it well at all. With a 10-6 scoreline, that's an interesting decision to go for one.
I don't know why you go for a one.
I don't know whether he's done the math and thinking they lead by 6, trying to put them up by 7. Still 18 minutes left. That was a very interesting decision there from the Bears. Now Sheehan goes to White. White's picked up and the Bears, well, they're muscling up defensively. Suddenly the Giants have got to find something. They played from in front most of the day and they've done that very well. Now they're chasing points. Is that something they have in their arsenal? They look a little flat. They're starting to show signs of fatigue. As Raya throws a couple off him, trying to inspire his team. Goes deep out the back, and the kick's going to come from Dunn. Taken over on that left-hand side. The ball comes free.
The referee says play on. Wants to go quick.
Well, he's hobbling there, Manfred Kelly. The Giants with a chance. It goes to Williams. Williams beats one, beats two. Can he beat Tierney? Stands in that tackle, gets the offload. It'll be picked up by Marshall. Marshall pulls out of the tackle. He's still going. Tierney there to finish him off over the top. A great opportunity for the Giants.
You've got to target Kelly.
It's with Bullard. He draws in 3, 4 defenders. We'll play it back to Sheehan. Now they try and barge over Soilata! Edison Soilata says, Get out of my way! Scores under the post, and a kick from in front. We'll see the Giants back in front.
This is what we want to see, Don. This is what we want to see. Tit for tat footy. I'm surprised they went inside, but just crunched through. Saw a weak spot there. The skipper, the fullback for the Bears, has been good all day, but he couldn't stop that.
No big man, running hard. Simple game, mate. Simple game.
It is.
Run hard, tackle
pick
hard.
it up, hit him up, get up the ground, plant the ball.
That's all that was. And you know, credit again goes to his front row partner in Jack Bullard. Bullard drew in 4 defenders. Whenever you draw in 4 defenders, there's going to be space somewhere.
There's going to be a gap. You've got to create a gap.
There's going to be some weakness, some fragility in the middle of the field. When you follow it up with another big man, he just picks out his target here, Silata. Goes at Mills. Between Mills and Strawn. Plants it down, and the Giants, they're back in front.
And they answered your question, Don. You'd literally just finish asking, what do they have? How could they respond? And there you go. Right on the posts.
15 minutes left.
This is a classic game.
Well, you feel like one of these two teams is going to be pretty heartbroken at the end of this game. I know it's a mid-season game, round 7, but they've both worked incredibly hard, and they'll feel like they deserve to win. And here comes the try scorer off the back fence, grits the teeth, run it straight challenge, and he passes. So now the Giants, all of a sudden they're in front. It gives them a little bit of energy. Here goes the little Energizer Bunny in River Coleman. We'll play it back. And Bullard. Mountain of work in the second half from Jack Bullard. Means something to him. Coleman. And another strong run. Well, his second powerful run of this set. Now Marshall raking a kick downfield. They go towards the middle with Mills. Suddenly they want to play expansively, the Bears. Karanavalu beats the first as he normally does. The second man gets hold of him, and you're not getting away from River Coleman. There's still plenty of time on the clock, and there's a great run from Daniel Neal. Neal's had a couple of really good charges. Plays it back, Bannister with no marker, gets out of there. Marshall ripped at the ball. Bannister holds onto it. Camso at dummy half. Now Mills, he runs the line into Silata, who makes the tackle. Now Smith. Smith goes to the line, chip and chase. Oh! Gets the ball, Robbie Smith! A Robbie Smith special, but he's tackled from behind. What a play there from Vunipola. It's still on. Goes out wide. A chance, Karanavalu for the corner. Well, Robbie Smith, he stretched them. It wasn't the last play. There was space out wide, and Karanavalu gets a second. And the Bears are back in front.
Oh, as soon as it went out to that edge, you knew what was going to happen, Don. You had a disappointing part about that try is old mate at the back there in the high vis went out to get the high five, and he was given the cold shoulder. Karanavalu didn't see him. But this seesaw affair in the second half is continuing.
I don't think we're done yet. Referee calling time off. The player, it is the man that came up with the try saver, Lucio Vunipola. He's down, getting some it looks like cramp stretched out. So he's nothing more serious than that, we hope. It was a big effort from him. He's hobbling though. He's trying to stretch it out, run it out, and stay on the field. Is time back on. Ryan Mills with a kick from out wide. Try and make it a 4-point advantage once again. Difficult kick. Robbie Smith, how influential has he been in this game? Because it was his kick for Karanavalu, his first try. And a little chip and chase for himself. Led to the second Karanavalu try on the next play. One going across the face and will be waved away. So Willagee Bears, they lead 14 points to 12 on the Cash Converter scoreboard.
Run again. Great tackle in the end, has held him up off the last. And as soon as it went to him, you knew what was going to happen. Just put the afterburners on. I'm not sure that was the best option to try and push him to touch. Would have been better off going for his legs.
And the Giants, they know there's still plenty of time, so they go long and try and work for the mistake. This bloke's had some really good carries in the second half, Daniel Neal. Play it back to Camso. He goes to Tierney. Now McDermott. The two front rowers with the first two carries. Now Mills. Handing that one off to Strawn. Now Smith. Smith goes out to Cameron. Now Tierney. They go out to Leota. Leota beats one. Tries to drop the shoulder. Throws the pass around the corner straight to Tiger Williams. Williams, he's be grateful for the pass that hits him on the chest as Sheehan looks down a blind side, bumps away from Tierney. Camso rides him to ground. Well, a great opportunity here for the Giants after the Leota error. Coleman. He spins out of the tackle. Tierney drops off another one. He's starting to blow. Here comes Bullard. He's been monstrous, a long time in the tackle, Camso. Goes to Marshall, inside to Coleman. So many good performers from both sides. Marshall on a blind side. They go out to Williams. They go out wide and a forward pass to White. Well, heads go into hands. Gus Marshall once again tries to get the referee to change his decision, and once again he does not. Well, touch judges with the perfect angle on that one. You be the judge. We are behind the angle. It's an awkward angle to be able to judge from. I'll go with the touch judges call. They've been pretty spot on most of the day.
It wasn't a massive objection from the ball carrier either.
Well, there's another mistake from the Bears, and here come the Giants again.
Marshall rallying his troops. Here's your opportunity.
We look for another twist in the tail. Who will be the hero of the day? Comes out to White. White gets away from Karanavalu and tries to leopard crawl towards the try line. We'll play it back to Sheehan. Now coming back is Long. Long, he's put down by Strawn. Sheehan to Coleman. They go out wide and it's with Price. Now with Long just a settler. Getting late in the count. Can the Giants find a way across the line? Goes across. And just a settler again for Raya. He's been powerful. But can't break any tackles right now when it counts. On the last, Coleman. Coleman stops, drops, and will hand it over.
Did he know?
Well, I don't think he realised it was the last.
I don't think he did.
I think that he saw some of his own teammates in front of him, was worried about an obstruction penalty. So surrendered in the tackle, but didn't realise it was last. So that's anticlimactic. Trying to come up with a one-on-one strip. Here is Brodie Dunn. Well, I think it's a little bit too early for the Bears to be winding clock.
There's only 2 points in it, Don.
They have to continue playing. Well, there's still 5 minutes left, and they're playing like there's 30 seconds left. So there's too much time for them to be playing this conservatively.
Get it up the other end.
And there's a better run there from Shea Wapiri. Quick play the ball. Campso on the back of that. Goes to Mills. Mills for a big kick downfield, but I think he's put it out on the full.
No.
Well, they are. The Bears seem as desperate as anybody else for the Giants to win this one. They've come up with error after error since they've taken the lead. Are the Giants good enough to take the third invitation that they've been offered? Oh! Wants to run over the top there of Finn McDermott. Now we're done. Dunn steps past Smith. Wadwell just holds on. Karanavalu finishes him off over the top. Coleman had Bullard on his outside. The ball comes back and it's with Long. Long takes the tackle. Dunn on the left, Coleman to the right. They go to the right, out the back to Marshall. Marshall turns that one underneath the Raya. Now Dunn gets the ball, hangs a hand out, knocked backwards. Dunn gets another go at it. Kicking across field, no real chases, too much depth. It's taken in the in goal and a 7-tackle set as the Bears will come out to the 20.
You feel like they're just holding on at the moment.
Well, I mean, fatigue is evident from both sides. It's a tired attacking set from the Giants, as much as there are some tired errors from the Bears. Bannister, he'd love a penalty. He's trying to milk one. Can't convince the referee to give him one. As Tierney cops one, a slap across the face from Bullard.
It's a right smile too.
He's got a big grin on his face. Throws the head back as contact came. And they'll take their time to kick this one into touch. We have a look at the reason for the penalty.
Oh, yep. Just a bit of chin music.
Just a little bit. There's the dance from Karanavalu before he gets to the line. I don't know whether it's quite dancing time yet for the Bears. It's a good strong run from Strawn. Wapiri wants a go. He gets one. Runs at Coleman. He makes tackle number 75 for the day. Now taking it forward, Neal. Pulls out of the tackle, Neal! Neal's got a couple to beat. He's just a couple of metres short there, Daniel Neal. Plays it back, Campso. They go from Tierney. Tierney floats one out to Mills. Mills comes back infield, says let's settle it down. Spinning out of the tackle, Mills. On 5 now. Can they get a repeat set? Campso at dummy half. He goes to Smith. Smith kicking again too deep. Taken in the in goal and a free walk to the 20 for the Joondalup Giants. They've got about 90 seconds, a 7-tackle set. Another chance for Joondalup. That'll be tackle 0. Wadwell drives him backwards all over the ball. We'll play it back to Sheehan. Now with Price. Price spins around, finds his front. And they get a penalty. Well, here it is. Here is the chance. The game comes down to this, the final minute. Gus Marshall puts it into touch. A big 60 seconds. The Willagee Bears, the third place Willagee Bears against the last place Joondalup Giants. They're looking for a huge scalp here, the Giants. Sheehan at dummy half. He goes to Coleman. Coleman, the little tip-on play to Raya. You see Brody Dunn barking at his troops on the left. They go to the right, though, with Marshall. Bullard winds up. He runs at Wadwell, who holds on. Sheehan dives over! There's the game! The Joondalup Giants, they will take the scalp of the Bears! Hands in heads everywhere. Taurine Sheehan, he started it with the first try of the day and he finishes it going over from dummy half against tired defence.
Pumps dummies to his right, draws them in. That's a big fish. My question now, Don, where have the Giants been all year? Where has this been? Because this has been a fantastic performance, and the Bears have had their opportunities. In fact, you mentioned they gave them 3 or 4 invitations late in this half with penalties, back-to-back penalties. They didn't need him in the end. They've scored one there, although they were.
There's the siren.
Where has this been? Is this the spur for the resurgence in 25 for the Giants? 2 wins in a row, Don.
Absolutely massive. 18-14, the Giants. Well, they are the Giants, but today they're the Giant Killers.
Absolutely.
As we see the match-winning try once more, Taurine Sheehan, well, he had a hell of a game. The number 9, he's in number 16, but played dummy half throughout the game. A fantastic performance from him, capped off with the match-winning try. Jack Bullard, I tell you, Jack Bullard got away with something right there at the end as well. As he took that last run, held onto the marker and dragged him down to the ground, and he left him on the ground when he played the ball. But you take what you can get. Taurine Sheehan took advantage of the situation that was presented to him. It was a tough, hard, physical game, and these two sides, they will feel it tomorrow morning.
They will, absolutely. They'll be feeling it tonight, and this is the type of win that can set up your season. What are we, round 7 now? This was to the wall, backs to the wall, 80 minutes of footy, last play, could have gone anyway. Anyway, hard, tough, defensive footy. This is the type of win that can really spark their season. 2 wins in a row now. Obviously, they beat the Sharks last week. We know where the Sharks are at. We know where the Bears are at. And they were here today. The Giants just turned up and said, well, whatever you do, we can do better. And they outlasted them in the end. And the entire club, I mean, we said a couple of weeks ago you wouldn't want to be a beer at Weber Park. Well, I'm sure they're going to head up to Heathridge tonight and hit the local up there. I think it's is it the Moon and Sixpence up there, the local? I'm sure they're going to hit that hard.
I think that there might be a few stops on the way back to Joondalup way. But, yeah, it's a great win for the Joondalup Giants, 18 points to 14. We'll go quickly around the grounds, and the other field to go and play Premiership matches still going. They started a little bit later today than normal, but the North Beach Sea Eagles leading the Rockingham Sharks 36 points to 4, and the Fremantle Roosters in a tight one leading South Perth. South Perth looking at potential back-to-back losses. The Roosters leading 14-12 in that one, so plenty of time left, but yeah, some good contests underway in the other first grade games.
And we, of course, we're going to head up the top just after this, and just while you're at it, around the grounds in Northern Territory, thanks to McDonald's. It is the Brothers currently leading the Raiders 36-8. Stay with us, don't go anywhere, because we're going to bring you the final game, Super Saturday. It'll be the Nightcliff Dragons taking on the Northern Sharks on NRL Pathways. Don't go anywhere.
Well, it's game day. We head into game 2 of the double-header. The DABSCO Premiership Nightcliff Dragons up against the Northern Sharks. They've got a tough act to follow after the Joondalup Giants snatching one from the Willagee Bears.
Yeah, but they do have a tough act to follow. If you've just joined us in the Philadelphia States Super Saturday, it was the Giants here in Western Australia. Just managed to beat out the highly fancied Bears, in the last 30 seconds?
Probably closer than that. Last second of the match.
Absolute cracker of a game. Up at the NT, it was the brothers that have taken the points over the Raiders, and now we're up for the Dragons and the Sharks. We do have our team ready in, that is nodding, yep, ready in NT. The crew, now I've worked out what WCBH stands for.
Okay.
All right, we'll let them explain to it.
No,
but Cam,
don't gatekeep.
No, Cam and Axe up in NT, boys. How are you? What have you got for us?
Yeah, thanks, David. It's great to be joining with you for round 7 of the NRL NT DABSCO Premiership. We've just seen the Darwin brothers 36 defeat the Palmerston Raiders 14. This is a 2-3 game, and Darwin brothers, they moved to 12 points on the ladder, and they are now leaders on the ladder with a 6-1 record. The last 2 times the two teams met, Darwin brothers 22 over the Raiders 12, and tonight the Darwin brothers did our clinical 36-14. The Palmerston Raiders, they had a patch in the second half for about 20 minutes where they were able to score a few tries, but Darwin brothers once again proving that they have got strength across the field, coming away with the win tonight. The second game tonight, which we're about to live stream, is the Nightcliff Dragons up against the Northern Sharks, and this is 4v5. We expect brothers, Bears, and the Raiders will be there come finals time, being the big three, the top 3. The question mark still remains, who will be the fourth team when we come to the finals? And tonight we'll learn a little bit more about that story as the Nightcliff Dragons take on the Northern Sharks. Will be an interesting matchup here. We've seen both teams capable of scoring some big victories, but we've also seen both teams capable of not controlling the ball, making a few too many costly errors and going down heavily as well. So it will come down to which team can control the football, I believe, better around ball security, field position, and just like we saw in that Brothers-Raiders game, if you can control the football and have the field position, you can convert that into points. Dave, John, you mentioned WCBH. You said that you've worked it out. Of course, Axel and I, Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 on Darwin's 97.7. WCBH stands for We Can Be Heroes, and we bring all the local sports from around Darwin and a few of the national codes as well. But of course, the code that we love to talk about is the NRL NT. And Axel, I've got to give my voice a little bit of a rest, having called that game with Chris. I came off the interchange bench, jersey number 14. Over to you to talk through this game.
Well, a great call there indeed for that blockbuster clash, Cam, between the Raiders and Darwin brothers. But look, 4v5. I'm going to be closely watching Adam Hall out there in the number 8 jersey. He's sitting 5th on the stats list for NRL NT for the top try scorers this season. But look, it'll be interesting to see how these teams go out and compare to each other. Like Cam said, ball security is going to be key. It's had a little bit of rain here in the top end over the last week, so the ground is starting to bring up a little bit of moisture, and it's a little bit slippery out there. We saw last night in the Gatley Shield, and no doubt, Cam, you've seen this evening in the earlier game, but ball security is going to be key. We noticed last night too, they were in the centre and there was a lot of forced errors in the centre, so no doubt coaches from both sides are going to be really encouraging the players to get onto the wings, utilise the wingers, utilise the centres to get it out to the wings, to get the run-throughs, to get the tries down.
Yeah, really bizarre conditions here in Darwin this week. Very heavy downpour midweek, and there was plenty of surface water still around last night. It has dried out a little bit today, and we saw the ball handling improve in the earlier game tonight. But 4 versus 5 for the Dragons, they've got their lock forward Brenton Motlop back in jersey number 13. They always play better when he's there. Lachlan Shirley, another one to watch from acting half, jersey number 9. Robert Butcher, he is the 5'8", a very well credentialed player here in the NRL NT. So the Dragons, they bring a stronger team tonight. I remember we spoke about the team last week. They just had so many changes and they really struggled to get that week-to-week consistency. But it looks like they've got a much stronger team back out there tonight. Jesse Norris also taking the field, jersey number 10 up front. Dave, John?
Yeah, so boys, I must say I didn't really work it out what WCBH means. You actually told me, Cam, so I can't take credit for that. Can you tell us a bit about the preceding game? We've just seen some highlights of last week where the Sharks took on the Brothers. Again, Brothers unstoppable. Can you give us a bit of an insight into how that game went about? Obviously another big win for the Brothers. And we also noticed, we've also had a chat off air, that it seems like the Brothers women went down today. Is that correct?
Really?
That's something we're going to have to look at, Cam, because
Axe
that's
can
big
get on
news.
the app and check the scores there. I was a bit busy calling the game to check on the app, but that would be a massive loss if they went down to the Palmerston Raiders. We saw last week in the True Flow Services Premiership, the Northern Sharks push Brothers. It was only a 2-point victory for the Brothers. If they've gone down today, that is a huge result and proves that Brothers is beatable in the True Flow Services Premiership. In the earlier game tonight, Brothers, they really did get out to a strong start. It wasn't until the second half that Palmerston Raiders were able to put some points on the board. Brothers, they had strength all over the field. We saw Mikhail Vitete. He picked himself up 3 tries. He was in the left-hand corner. Brothers looked to show, spread the ball wide, playing that coast-to-coast football, and Vitete was on the end of it more often than not and diving over in the corner for a try. Frith Warrisum in jersey number 15, coming off the bench for Darwin Brothers, picked himself up also a couple of tries. Very strong, able to break through the first tackle and force his way over the line. We saw Aaron Kernoff control the ball for Darwin Brothers. Their halfback, Colston, he was strong as well. But I've got to give credit to their forwards. Cairo Armat in jersey 13, he went all night, as did Elijah Coombs, the ball-playing front rower. And Lachlan Atapau, the big player coming in jersey number 20 off the bench, he was used very effectively in short bursts. Look, the Palmerston Raiders, they weren't ordinary, just Brothers were able to control the ball and hold the ball longer. But when we saw the Palmerston Raiders get the ball in the Brothers' half, they were able to apply some pressure and deliver some points. No surprises there, it was Bradley Hanson controlling the play there. We saw a big effort by the big number 30 in Tyson Komandra-Vusa. He was able to crash his way over for a try just before full time. Anthony Bush at 5'8", he did well. Chuck Norris, the captain and the coach, he was dangerous out wide every time the ball came. Interestingly, the game finished 12 on 12, both teams having a player sent from the field, and that would have been about midway through the game. The Darwin Brothers lost their front rower in Andrew Tobin in jersey number 10, whilst the Palmerston Raiders, Gregorio Cabillo in jersey number 3, he was also sent from the field in the same incident. So we saw there was a little bit of more space between players into the defensive line, but it was 12 on 12.
Well, thanks for that, Rat Boys, and obviously I can see Axe is just checking the stats there. Yeah, the women, the Brothers women went down by just a point. So yes, as you're showing, it shows that they are beatable and opens up potentially the women's premiership. We've got. I've been looking at this for a couple of weeks now. The Sharks are currently sitting down the bottom of the ladder. Their last year's runner-up. Is their season thus far reflective of who they actually are?
Well, the first few rounds I thought they were very unlucky not to come away with the win. They really pushed teams, and then they seemed to lose a few players, whether that was through injury or work commitments, and when they didn't have their full squad out there, they looked to struggle. We can see that Shaquille Addo-Norris, he's back in the side. Bradley Blanche-Sneddon, he'll be there at the 5'8". Damien Mick, jersey number 14, an experienced campaigner. He's going to play halfback there. Up front, Adam Hall, Jacob Polly, Yuan McKillop. No Jacob McCarthy there tonight in the front row. Cooper Field, he is there in jersey number 18. I think we'll need to check the benches. Will teams bring a full complement on the bench into tonight's game? And that might be the difference tonight.
I'll jump down on the sideline, Cam, and I'm going to have a good look at their benches. Don, Dave, Before we go back to the live stream down here at Territory Rugby League, 2 points in it for the True Flow Services Women's Premiership Raiders. Brothers going down to Raiders. It was Victoria Ali, the captain from the Palmerston Raiders, who have secured that successful conversion on top of Tina Story's try. And Kelma Nona was the score try for Darwin Brothers, but Darwin Brothers went down 4 points to Palmerston Raiders 6.
Fraser on the field, Dave and Don. Robert Butcher, the 5'8", he'll be taking the kick. Over to you guys.
Thanks, fellas. As usual, fantastic pre-game from yourselves. Looking forward to having a chat at halftime at the end of the game. But now we're all ready for kickoff, Don. You looking forward to this one?
I am, mate. Kelmanona with just the one try this week. Got 6 last week, so it wasn't enough for Brothers in the True Flow Services Premiership. It is the Northern Sharks with first use of the ball here. I don't know, it's a massive clash, really a fight for fourth place. Trying to get through their first set with the ball in hand. Killip, now Hall. Up over halfway. They come back for the kick.
Good kicker is clear now.
There's plenty of height. No, takes it eventually there. Drontos. A little bit of a bounce off the chest, and there's great first contact from Hall and Shirley. It's Nightcliff. Well, they've been heavily beaten the last couple of outings, 44-12 by the Bears and 46-10 by Brothers, but their last win was actually over the Sharks back in round 4, 58-16. They won pretty comfortably on that occasion, so I'll be hoping to repeat that. Because a victory for them will give them a real nice buffer in the top 4. A loss, and it really is game on. Butcher, he puts it up to the sky. It's taken by Pearson. Pearson runs into his opposite number. The 2 number 1s. You don't often see them come together, but they do right there.
Stand there. Get up. Hold.
Now the Sharks with Gumban. Slow play the ball. Holding at the back of the head. Sharks players claiming a crusher.
No, wait for me now. Wait, pick the ball up, please. Pick the ball for me now. Time on, play the ball. Go
Gumban plays the ball.
Yep.
There's a good, strong run.
Stand now, 17. Go.
Moving backwards a little bit there. Dana Droga. Going across field. The Dragons, they're muscling up. Killip. Celia puts some weight into that tackle. They get to the kick there through Mick. Drontos very casually sticks the hand out, taps it up to his own advantage. Now the Dragons, both teams getting through their sets, getting to their kicks. Nothing overly expansive so far from either side. Once again, the Dragons just working it out of their own end. Butcher tries to hit an edge for the first time in the game, and they come up with the first error of the game. Handing over possession, and the first real opportunity of the match goes the way of the Northern Sharks. Now they take it forward through Potter. Potter tries to step out of a tackle. Play it back to Collie. Now McKillop. He's done a bit of work early. Put onto his back. The Dragons slowing play down. Goes out the back from Celia. Nick will play the ball. Collie. Matena Droga towards the line, reaches out. Does he get to the line? He's just short. The referee perfectly positioned. Collie fires a pass across to Mick. They go wider out to Snedden. Snedden sees space, throws it out wide, pushed into touch. Here's Gumban. Question mark on the pass as well.
When you're ready, go down, tackle.
Now the Dragons work it away from their end.
Go one.
Run from dummy half, and the shot under the ball from Blanche Snedden gives an opportunity to Addo Norris. He's put down, we'll play it. Back to Collie. Collie goes to Snedden, who passes it on to McKillop, who just ducks into the ground. Now they work to the left with Mick. Mick goes out the back. The ball again hits the deck and knocked on. Vrontros tries to counter-attack, but the whistle's been blown. The Sharks giving up their opportunities. Twice in a row now. Scrum feed. The Dragons, well, they'll try and complete this set. Running there into the shoulder of Potter. Getting it a dummy half. Goes Shirley to Butcher. Walker plays the ball. Come out to Butcher, short ball off the shoulder. Now Motlop tips that one on, but a suplex there. Brad Blanche Snedden, he's been ferocious defensively. He split himself open though. A cut above the eye. Kick through from Butcher, chasing through, but the Sharks attack it. And coming forward, and takes that one nicely. There's Ralph Gumban. Now Pearson. Pearson trying to find some space in behind. Now Hall. Hall goes right to the line, gives the short ball to Bryce. Now dummy and go, and straight through goes Collie, but the ball hits the ground. And a chance to counter-attack now for the Dragons. Walker, he's rolled over. Bending away from Field. Field just stays with him and finishes off the tackle. Work down the left-hand side. Buckley at dummy half. Comes across to Walker. Slow play the ball. Slowed down nicely by McKillop. Forcing the error and Field offside. Easy decision for the referee to give the penalty. Tap and go from Butcher. Butcher goes to the line, gives a pass outside, and Ferreira will run it around. The Dragons score first. No forward pass. Well, I did have a question mark on that last pass from Rob Butcher, and the officials have picked it up. So the last pass right here goes forward.
100%. We've seen a bit of that already, Don, today. A few tries in the WA game. that were ruled no try because of forward passes.
Step that way, boys. Step this way. Yep.
I'd have to say, the correct decision made.
Down we go, please, boys.
And the Sharks, well, they live
please,
to
half.
tell the tale.
Break.
Field feeds the scrum. Coming and go out O'Norris.
Keep coming,
So they'll look to get a completed set now. They've withstood the first bit of pressure. Dana Droga.
Hold. Go
They look now towards the open side with Hall. Goes in behind the ruck. Chopped down low by Shirley. They're working to Pearson. Butcher makes the tackle. Again, Collie works down a short side. Matana Droga. Good tackle from Williams. They get to their kick with Mick.
Chase is good. Backwards,
One's knocked backwards, is it by Ferreira? Goes back and cleans up his own little mess.
No, he's stuck in there. He's stuck.
Does a good job there of making him look like he was stuck there.
I'm not sure he
Celia?
was, to be honest. Oh,
And the Dragons, there's a couple of times they've come to this left-hand side. Every time they go left, the ball seems to hit the deck, and they actually lose territory when they go looking for space, and now they go into touch.
He's into touch, boys.
Well, there was back-to-back poor plays there from the Dragons.
Play the ball here, boys. Yep. Gone into
Hand
touch.
over possession.
There's your mark. Play the ball. Yep.
So a chance now for the Sharks. Through Potter. Potter rolls over the top of one. Carrying Butcher. Butcher rips it out in a one-on-one tackle. Well, that's clever. That was danger signs there for the Dragons. And the reigning Frank Johnson medalist steals it from him. Heads up play.
Hold. Go.
Now the Dragons taking it forward.
Move now. Don't go early, boys. Hold it. Hold. Hold. Go. Stand now, Adam. Yeah, he's stuck in there. It's fine.
Chopi.
Just wait, boys. Hold. Go. 3.
And now coming through, and a good run there from Williams. Almost through. Matana Droga just holds on. Shirley gets the dummy half. Goes to Butcher. Butcher to Motlop. Motlop goes wider still. Now the knock on.
so they've scored first on, but they've given up some possession.
Well, no
Since
points
then.
yet.
Oh, sorry, not they haven't. It sort of validates my point. They've been a bit sloppy the last 5 minutes.
Down we go, boys. Locks in. 4. Break. Stand now. 1 through working. 6 no. 4. No.
Slow play the ball. Runner goes straight through. Makes it up to 10. Bryce with that carry. First receiver runs straight up.
Celia will play it. Back to Collie, who's been busy. Comes to Mick. Mick goes to the line, goes out the back. Dummying to one runner, goes Blanche Snedden. Gets out of one. Dummies to himself. Gets the ball back in. Still trying to get an offload away is Brad Blanche Snedden.
Did everything but.
Now they work down a short side, and the Sharks, they have a real crack with Potter. Collie. Collie has a crack. Gets down, uses the hips, drops down. First points in this game. Jacob Collie has been probably the best player on the field in this opening 15 minutes, and he scores the first try, and it's 4-0 kick to come on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard.
That was a great set too from the Sharks. Set up by that great run. First off third tackle, I think it was. There's only one place he was going there. Numbers on the right as well, they could have gone to. But they've probably been a little bit more disciplined with ball in hand up to this stage. And no issues with the pass there. Picking it straight up from dummy half. And the Sharkies go in first. Crowd likes it.
No, you're right, thanks. You might be the salt camera, so I'll hit you, I'll hit you up for. Not yet. Not yet.
Good friend Paul DeVere again on the whistle. Seems to get all the TV games.
Hollywood?
He's good, yeah, Hollywood, yep. We'll have to call him Hollywood now, yep. 100%. I like a nickname for a ref. Alex Miller in touch.
Jaden Mick with the conversion attempt. Try and put the Sharks up by 6. Moves in, strikes it pretty nicely,
really
and over
nice.
it goes. Well, always a good sign when the touch judges do not move.
Yeah.
We have another look at this barge over try from dummy half. Just kicked out a target. Aiden Buckley couldn't stop him.
Talking to him yet, because it's working. Yeah.
6-0, 16 minutes gone. It's been a good start from the Sharks. I think they're the better team, and they deserve the 6-0 lead.
They've used the ball better, a bit more disciplined.
Yeah. That's why I'm
And again, they're similar to what we saw in the WA game. They're just trying to, they're not trying to force things to happen, in my view. They're just playing good footy, moving the ball up the ground, trying to make that mistake happen, not trying to force it. We're only early, but good signs for the Sharkies so far. So high, taken easy. Now they need to complete after points.
Certainly do. Always a key. Fighting to keep their finals chances alive, really. And they get a penalty. Earning a penalty for his side there. Brad Blanche-Snedden, he's had a strong start to the game as well. I crowned Jacob Collier as the best player so far, but Blanche-Snedden's come up with a couple of big defensive plays and has done a couple of okay things with the ball as well.
Good penalty to have there when you run straight into the marker.
Alden out onto the park.
I must say the ground does look heavy. It's the heaviest I've seen it all season.
So, seasonal downpour they've had on the ground.
Well, I hope it's all gone because I'm heading up there next week.
Dummy and go Mick almost comes out the other side before he gets absolutely squashed by Westrup.
Robbie, no, you're short, Robbie.
Now with Hall. Well, Axe said he's one of the leading try scorers in the comp. He almost showed us why. Dummy go underneath, and Salia rolls over and gets the second try of the game for the Sharks.
He's going to have the touch. He's got something to say.
Well, the touchies, he's given the all clear.
All he's done is roll. Done his roll. Which is the fight for it. Back on.
And now points to the spot and awards the try as we see the replay, and this is exactly what the referee said. He came down short, he rolled over, which is all momentum. Try is fair.
I did call you on.
And again, just a good set. Just they weren't trying to force anything. Just trying to find those, making those gaps, a bit of speed off the play the ball, and just finding the gaps, opening up the defensive line. They didn't need to create anything. They didn't do anything special. Just played good hard footy, and they found themselves their second inside 4 minutes.
Around the grounds, courtesy of McDonald's. The other DABSCO Premiership game underway at the moment. The Litchfield Bears and the South Darwin Rabbitohs. The Bears leading that one 10-0 at the moment. Same scoreline we have here.
Of course, big news during the week. We saw we had some fantastic work with the Dolphins in the game last week with a good interview, Paul. But fins are up. We'll just pretend we ignored that. We didn't hear that. The fins are up in the Northern Territory because the Dolphins have re-signed with NT government, and they'll be playing for another 3 years in the top end. So bringing top flight NRL rugby league to the top end for the next 3 years, which is fantastic to hear.
Always good to see when NRL teams get up to Darwin. It's a sideline conversion from Jaden Mick. And it's the Northern Sharks. They lead this one 12 points to 0. Just on 20 minutes gone. Back-to-back tries after the penalty. You said they had to complete. They did better than complete. They got a penalty, got up the other end and scored.
And again, like I said, it's just workmanlike footy. It's got to go short kick.
Short kick.
Didn't contest.
Oh, well, unfortunately, none of the Dragons players were actually looking at the ball. They were wanting to contest, but they just ran forward and they weren't
near where the ball was. Over their head, it was behind them.
They ran past it.
Oh well. It was the right idea. I like that. Shows and goes.
Well, I mean, the best time to do it. Best time to do a short kick-off is when the opposition doesn't expect it. When they do expect it, it's a little bit easier for them to defend it. And there's definitely 3 in that tackle, as it's taken by Mick. I think Rob Butcher might have just let it go when he felt the arms around it, and 3 in the tackle. Bit of gamesmanship, perhaps.
Here we are, bud.
Touch judge wants to tap the ball. Gets told, no, you stay on the sideline. I'll do this. Jack O'Norris sends him back to his flank.
Hold.
By Warwick Williams it was.
Oh, lost it.
The Dragons 4, not the Sharks 4. The error. Early in the count. The Dragons, they had an opportunity. Just a fundamental mistake from Pringle.
Mentioned it just before they scored their first try. The Sharkies look better with ball in hand. The Dragons just keep losing the handle. And also discipline, giving away a few penalties as well.
Plenty of time left in this contest. The Dragons to have worked their way into it, but the Sharks on top at the moment. There's a great run from the scrum win, Pearson. Almost piercing the Dragons' armour there. Collie goes to Newman. Jack Newman put down. On a couple of bench players out onto the field. By Allen with a nice carry as well. Mick puts the kick down into a corner. Vrontos under pressure. Gets back into the field of play. Well, he picks it up. He does everything so nonchalantly.
Yeah.
He looks like he's just cruising a day in the park.
Did well there.
That was not an easy pickup. And now his teammate just hands the ball back to the Sharks. The mistake from Williams. And now here come the Northern Sharks once more. Matena Droga, he's just a couple of metres short. Vrontos goes for a little ride on the back. The ball hits the ground. Picked up by Collie. Collie gets swallowed there by Motlop. Slow play the ball. Comes out to Mick. Dummies to the first runner. Comes out to Blanche Snedden. He goes wider still. Now it's with Addo Norris. Addo Norris breaks through 1, breaks through 2, carries one over the line. And the Sharks, they score their 3rd. They are doing everything right at TRL today.
And no disrespect to Norris. Just have a look at this here. This is just a horrible attempt at a tackle. And I said before, the Sharkies are they're just playing good footy. They're just playing good footy and waiting for the mistakes, because they've been let in 3 times now with some pretty bad mistakes. And that was the worst of them. He had hold of him. He dragged him over the line, and he had no right to do that.
There was a couple of poor efforts there Hayden Buckley, an ordinary attempted tackle from him, and then Booker Prater just gets carried over the line. He was too big, too strong, that O'Norris. But the Dragons, they've got to make better first up contact than that. There was no commitment to that tackle.
Not just that, there was no footwork. He knew he was coming, and he was on his left, and he made no attempts to get into that run. He just sort of stuck his hands out, hung off his shirt, and then got carried over the line. In the end, he ended up on his back. It was a donkey ride.
He struck his first couple well, Jaden Nick, trying to make it 3 from 3. As the Sharks are going up in 6s at the moment. And the Dragons, well, we mentioned last time these two teams met, it was a resounding thumping victory for Nightcliff, 58-16. As Mick moves in, sliced that one. They're already up to 16. 16-0, 25 minutes gone. The Sharks are flying.
Here again, see? You'd like to see, like that one better, and he just finishes it off with throwing the ball out into his guts on the ground. Have a bit of that. Just feel like their heads aren't in the game at the moment, or not where they need to be. The Dragons. It's a low trajectory pass. It's come off. Don.
Oh, a touch from Kai Alden. So this will be a Dragons play the ball. Warchoke to play the ball. Surely at dummy half.
When you're ready, Sean, go now.
He goes to Pringle. Pringle gets met solidly. Good first contact, but he stays on his feet, spins out of that first attempted tackle. And gets to within 5 metres of the try line. Butcher. Butcher goes out wide. Stepping back in, Williams. The Sharks handle that. Vrontos to dummy half. He goes to Butcher. Butcher to Motlop. Motlop tries to bounce off the first attempt. He gets some help. Motlop hits the ground. Westrup. Surely he'll have a go and get there. Well, how important is a quick play the ball? The quick play the ball from Corey Westrup. And going from dummy half, Shirley just dives over. Saw numbers, as our good friend James Sully Sullivan always says. When you see numbers this close to the line, it is an invitation to run.
Yeah, just spot on there, Don. Not quick enough back on the line. He picked it up over the paint, under the sticks. Get there in the end. But that was probably their best set, I reckon, of the game so far. So came off the back of.
They looked calm.
They did.
Every other set they've been frantic.
Yep, and not trying to force something, which is what I think the Sharks have been doing up to this point. Just playing proper rugby league, moving the ball up the ground, waiting for the opportunity by just playing disciplined rugby league. But it came from, I mean, they tried something different again in their kickoff. It was a low trajectory, full of pepper pass, trying to make something happen, and it ended up coming off the chest of the receiver, and that pushed them up the ground. And then they put together their best set of the game, and they've got over the line, and now they've reel it in. Just 10 points behind.
Suddenly the scoreline doesn't look so menacing. 16 points to 6 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. 28 minutes gone. Points coming thick and fast. So we have another look at the very simple try from Latham Shirley. Go around the grounds courtesy of McDonald's. The Litchfield Bears in the other game at Webber Park. We're up 18 points to 0. Over the South Darwin Rabbitohs. Back here, the Sharks 16-6. Luca Prater dummies to the outside. Well, he wishes that he didn't dummy because he runs straight into the shoulder there of Hall. And Adam Hall, well, he fell for nothing.
3.
Wachope gives one of his own. He runs over the top of Kai Alden.
Release now, Adam.
And Hall
Hold.
tries to get one back for his teammate.
Go. 4. Inside.
There's some stern stares.
Kick is now through as
Butcher
well.
kicks it down, picked up by Pearson. Pearson steps around Pringle
Release now, 4.
before he's grabbed by Williams. Now with Gumban. Gumban will play it back with Collie. Works down a short side. Addo Norris, one of the Sharks try and score, is busts into open space. Addo Norris, fullback to Pete, just tries to run straight over the top of Ferreira. Ferreira does well, makes the tackle. They're still on the attack. McKillop ducks his head, bounces through that tackle, standing, driving forward. Collie a dummy half. Now it's with Blanche Snedden, able to run a long way. Flick pass from Eldon. Well, there was a double flick pass. It became contagious. I don't know that the second one was necessary.
I don't know what he was doing there. Not only that, he wasn't committed to it. He's just stuck
On
his...
the 10. Where the initials
They were on there too. It was a good build-up. Probably the worst bit of play I've seen from the Sharks so far in this
On the line,
evening.
boys.
But he's just, he's not committed to that. I don't know
When
why.
you're ready, Nightcliff.
Didn't need to do
Go
it.
now, no tackle.
Well, the first flick pass was good, and
great,
then
yeah.
the second one unnecessary.
Stand there.
He could have thrown a normal pass.
Yeah, unnecessary and applied very badly.
Yes, it was. And there, talk about
Lordy.
poor application right there from the Dragons.
Right
Knock
in
on, boys.
front of the sticks.
Halfway, boys. Half.
Well, an important period of the game. 9 minutes before half time. A 10-point margin at the moment. If the Sharks are able to extend it, that'll give them a great deal of confidence.
Down we go, please, boys. Box all the way in, please.
Trying to calm them down. You hear Brett Blanche Snedden.
Break.
Take a breath. Alden. Gets a suplex there from Brenton Motlop.
Don't want to go down, I'll put you there then. Fine.
Now Blanche Snedden runs into his opposite number. Butcher makes the tackle. Collie at dummy half. Goes across, Mick. Running the line, Matena Droga goes straight through and scores a fantastic try. Well, that is a great line from a centre. That is exactly what you want your centre to do. Coming back against the grain, straight into space. And a good try. The Northern Sharks extend their lead, 20-6. Kick to come with the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard.
Caught the end of that. Great line and right, almost impossible to stop. Like a freight train on straight tracks.
Rangy centre three-quarter. Athletic. And hard to stop once he's got up ahead of steam and hitting a hole.
So you mentioned important time, Don. It is an important time. We're going to slot this. It's a significant lead heading into the break. Just as I gave the Dragons some credit for playing some disciplined footy, they've got them mucked up in their own end.
Round the grounds, courtesy of McDonald's. We will head back to Western Australia because we had some later games there in the Fuel to Go and Play Premiership. The North Beach Seagulls, they've had a resounding victory over the Rockingham Sharks, 72 points to 10. We're just waiting for the other game to update. The Fremantle South Perth game is incorrect.
That can't be right.
Well, it was 14-12 last time we looked at it.
Yeah.
So there's a mistake on the app for that scoreline. We have another look at the try. Matena Droga. Big Billy. Billy's Pies. There we go. He's got
Billy's Pies. Oh, yes. Get her in there. I've been told Port of Air's nickname is Devo, but I still like Hollywood. That's just me.
And that kickoff, well, he's done something different with every kickoff. Yeah. I don't know whether he'll try that one again. That one goes out on the full.
Well, I think he's seen something on that left edge and he's tried to hit it again, but he's just overcooked it.
On the red line.
Well, he targeted Kai Alden in that spot last time and tried to execute an identical kickoff. As you say, overcooks it, and suddenly the Dragons under enormous pressure. They just got to try to get themselves back in the contest. And a few big errors. And the Sharks, well, a chance to take a step towards sealing this game before half time. They come towards the middle. And a dropped ball from Tuifua. Puts it down. And that's a fundamental mistake. Lets the Dragons off the hook.
Now they've just got to complete here, Don. They've got to move up the ground. Just don't try and force anything.
Down, please, boys. Lock in, please. Yes, Robbie. Break. Yeah, that's
The
fine.
Dragons from the scrum win go a couple wide. Pick up Warwick Williams. Oh, shot! Getting up and putting a big shot on.
Hold. Go.
It's Kai Alden.
Sorry. I got tackle 3, boys.
He's got something here from his touch judge.
Oscars are out, are they?
There's a little bit of hamming it up there. Blanche Nedden gets a little nudge in the back. And
Very interesting to see what's going on here.
Tackle.
I don't think it was in the play. I think it might have been behind the play. Oh, it's blood.
looks like we've got. No, it looks like we've got a bite.
Oh, right.
This is a biting allegation. Kai Alden, a biting allegation.
Right. On 15. It's against 15. 15 Dragons. So 50 Dragons.
Lockhart Pringle is the. That was the big shot just before, so it was this tackle here. The two 15s come together.
He's got up straight away. He's got up straight away and said, "What are you doing, bro?"
Hands out now, Marcus Bolt.
So
not much you can see from that video apart from the fact that he got up straight away, clutching at the Shark on his chest.
oh, send him back to next week.
Shark is muscling up defensively.
Don't go early.
Dodgy play the ball, allowed to get away with it. Butcher puts a kick across field. Vrontos needs a bounce, has to go back and clean it up, so put up a second kick, and that's also dodgy. It's going to come back towards him. Vrontos, he might get a third attempt. The third kick goes through from Vrontos.
Oh,
that's knocked backwards by the Sharks.
Go.
Where's the Benny Hill music?
That's awesome.
Well, now Pearson goes across field, thought about getting it out there to Matana Droga, but holds on to it. They work down that side again. And a nice long run. Wade Barlow. Sorry, Elliot Bryce on that side. Matana Droga now with the carry. Collie, flat pass there, Tuifua.
Just beyond the line, hold, go.
Bomb towards a corner and taking that nicely there, Buckley. He's had his moments in this game, so nice to see him take that one.
Stand down, 12. Hold. Go, 2. 10, stand. Make the
He
line,
gets
boys.
out of dummy half.
Go.
Plays it back to Shirley, the try scorer. Cope will play the ball. Shirley again out of dummy half. Again, he's seen numbers and he splits them. His opposite number, Collie, makes the important tackle. We'll play it back to Booker Prater.
Collie's fine.
He gets a little lost. Spins around and takes the tackle and hands it over. Well, that was not what they needed after the break made by Latham Shirley. Booker Prater does a dipsy doodle, spins around in a circle and meekly hands over possession.
Ditsy doodle. Put that down. Write that one up.
It's a technical term. And we've got a whistle. Well, there we go. It's a penalty against Kai Alden. Didn't even bother to use the foot. Threw it between the legs. A penalty to the Dragons. Well, Butcher puts it into touch, and with 30 seconds on our clock until half time, this could shape this contest.
Play on. Fine.
So settler there from Lavini. Buckley to dummy half. Looking open. Booker Prater just tips that on to Pringle. Not offering much there. I don't know that they know how long's left on the clock. Shirley to Butcher. Turns it underneath, trying to just bash their way over. The siren could go at any moment. And it goes before Motlop can play the ball. No, he's going to allow one more play. The kick goes across. It's a great kick. Oh, it's too big. Over the head of Rontos. And I think that's fair enough because I think the siren went before that play the ball. They allowed that last play, so it's half time. And the Sharks, well, a pretty good half of footy. They lead 22 points to 6 and deserve that lead.
Oh, very good half of footy. They've played the more disciplined footy today. Put together a pretty good first half. And the Dragons have been their own worst enemy, I reckon. There's at least 2 tries there that...
I feel like we've said that 3 weeks in a row.
I know. You know, so...
There's a footy side in there somewhere.
There is. Well, it's all stuff that they could just fix pretty easily, just with some extra discipline. But there's some other talking points to come out of this half, probably for end of the game or a later date. But we've got our We Can Be Heroes team up at the top end of TRL, Cam and Axe. Boys, how did you see that first half?
Well, Dave and John, order has been re-established to our universe up here in the Northern Territory. That Trudeau Services game between Darwin Brothers and Palmerston Raiders, the score has now been updated, and it was in fact the Darwin Brothers 62 who ran out big winners over the Palmerston Raiders 6, 12 tries to 1. Order has been re-established.
Oh no, we got a little bit excited, so anyway, there you go. So yeah, boys, how did you see that first half?
Yeah. Look, the Northern Sharks, they have been camped out in the Dragons' 50-metre line, 50-metre territory for most of that first half. The Sharks, over the first 3 rounds of this NRL NT competition, as I said, I thought they were unlucky. They came up against the big 3 in those first 3 rounds. Round 1, they went down to Brothers 20 points to 12. Bears, they went down 28-14, and then Raiders, they went down 42 points to 10. But I think they're starting to get their players coming back, and they're showing us tonight when they've got the football and they've got the players on the field, they can be a force in this competition. Their forwards, well organised. Collie hit hooker. How many times has he ran the ball from acting half, turned the Dragons defenders around, been well supported there by Hall, both in attack and in defence. Adam Hall has been sensation. Tarek Saleh, he's ran hard all night. And then in the back line, the fullback, Pearson, he's done well. Addo Norris, Matan Droga getting over for a try, and Damien Mick as well. I think we're starting to see that the Sharks are a team that can be reckoned with here, and they're making a decent play for that 4th spot, because at the moment the Dragons hold 4th on our DABSCO Premiership ladder. The last time these two teams met, it was the Dragons 58, the Sharks 16, and at half-time we see the Sharks lead 22 points to 6. Axe, how do you see the game shaping up so far?
Look, there's certainly a lot of passion out there. Spent that half on the sideline. It's I'm happy to say, Don and Dave, I was on the sideline where I'm supposed to be. I've had to put the one in and dine it away for Tomorrow City to surf, but certainly I feel the coaches have pushed the players out to the wings. They're certainly out there running the wings, running the outside of the field. But Cam, I just want to add, if I can, it's supposed to be the dry season up here. I'm just going to slip this off. Have a look at the damage to my Nikes, Cam. It's absolutely wet and muddy out there. These have copped it tonight, and there's no sign of the dry season this weekend at TRL. It is muddy out there, it's wet, and you can see why the ball is slippery tonight.
Yeah, no rain today, but there was a heavy downpour during the week, so you can see out on the field there's little patches of mud starting to appear. We've had a few games of football played here on TRL1 Stadium. What we've seen though, when the Nightcliff Dragons have had the ball and have been in the Sharks' half, they have shown the ability to look dangerous. We saw there some runs towards the end by Shirley. I think in the second half we're going to have to look to players like Motlop, Shirley, possibly even Shawnee Walkup as well, if the Dragons are to get their to get back into this game. 22 points to 6. The game's not gone for them yet, but they are going to have to tighten up with their ball security. They're going to have to get some field position and try and get some repeat sets against the Sharks, because the Sharks at the moment are starting to get that roll on, and we just know how dangerous they can be when they do hold the ball.
And Cam, I spoke to the benches before. Both teams have confirmed they have a full complement on the benches. They have enough to keep them rolling through tonight, but the Sharks really feel like that the game will be won from the bench tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen the last few weeks they've been stretched, but it's great to see that they've both got a full bench, so we can have plenty of interchanges, we can keep the players fresh, and hopefully that means the standard of the game will maintain at a high level all the way through to full time. This game is definitely not over here. It's 4v5. Dragons hold the 4th position. The Sharks are challenging from 5th, and it's the Sharks who have their fins up.
Fins up.
They're not quite a dolphin, they're a shark, but the Sharks who are putting the bite, let's say, into the Dragons in the first half.
But I think it's safe to say, I know we say regularly up Cronulla, but I think tonight, Cam, we can say up the Northern Sharks, because they're performing well tonight.
Yeah, boys, I think, as I was saying just before the break, the discipline, again, is probably costing the Dragons. I mean, they've let in at least 1 or 2 tries for some poor discipline. But I've got a question for you, Axe. If you spent the majority of that half on the sidelines, we did see the game stopped at one point, and potentially not a very good incident, a rather unsavoury incident. There was a report of a fight. What have you heard, if anything, from downstairs? What has been the chatter regarding that incident?
Look, I haven't heard anything official, but I can pop down in the next half. I will have a chat to our referee, but I'll also see if I can get a listen into the on-field referee and the touchies. I know there's a lot of feeling for passion out there. I know that the referee's spoken to both sides about the passion, and we spoke about it last week, boys, not letting it boil over. But what I'll do is I'll head back down to the sideline. I'll jump into the appropriate channels, and I'll see if I can find out official reports. I'm sure there's lots of unofficial stuff flying around tonight about that. Sounds interesting, but what I'll do, Don and Dave, Cam, I'm going to go down in the next half. I'll tune in to the official information. We'll see if we can get an accurate report to what's happened tonight.
It is just an accusation at this stage. It did appear that was the accusation that was made on the field. I suppose we'll look for the replay, we'll look for the referee's report, and then it'll be over to the NRLNT.
Over to the judiciary, so hopefully that hasn't happened, but like I said, we'll go down and see what we can confirm and whether they're willing to release that to the media at this stage.
Yeah, we're just actually watching the replay now, fellas, of the incident. We said this live as well. I can tell you The judiciary is going to get nothing from this vision. You can't actually see anything at all. Or the only thing that sort of sticks out is the player involved got up straight away and pointed to his chest. But from the vision perspective, you can't see anything. So it's just interesting. You don't often see that, thankfully. But I hope, as you mentioned, Axe, we don't want passions to boil over. I hope that doesn't have any effect on the headspace for both teams in the second half.
And I just want to ask Don and Dave, wasn't it a shark that took the bite?
No, it was the shark that got me. It was the dragon that took. That's a. All right. On that note,
I'll leave it at that, boys. But I'll go and find out what's really happened.
Thanks, fellas. Second half, thanks to the team.
22 points to 6. Back to you.
We can be heroes. Thank you, boys. We'll look forward to chatting to you again at the end of the break.
It's been a hell of a day, hasn't it?
It's been an awesome day.
We've seen a giant become a giant killer.
Yep.
And now we've seen a shark get bit.
Well, we might take a very, very quick break just to stretch our legs and get some refreshments. We'll be back very shortly for the second half of hopefully what will be a Dragons resurgence. Don't go anywhere.
G'day and welcome back. The second half for this round 7 clash. The DABSCO Premiership, somewhat of a surprise scoreline. The Northern Sharks leading 22 points to 6. This battle for 4th. If the Sharks do win, their for and against is already better than the Nightcliff Dragons, so they will leapfrog the Dragons into the top 4 if they can hold on to this lead. The question is, can the Dragons find that rugby league team that is inside them?
Oh, they've got it. It's in there somewhere. It's just, I don't know, like sometimes it appears that they get confused with rugby league players and WrestleMania players.
Well, it'll be the Dragons with first use of the ball with Newman. Quick play the ball, Shirley. He's been the Dragons' most dangerous. We'll have to keep an eye on him. Celia does the wrestling as Butcher turns it underneath the Walker. He gets thrown down. Good tackle there, slow play the ball. Booker Prater goes across field. Newman gets hold of him.
Well, there seems to be a desire to want to move the ball quickly, Don. They want to go fast.
Comes back now for Butcher. Butcher kicking across field, looking for his target again. Well, He's usually very, very good with his kicks, his Butcher, but there's last two right at the end of the first half, and that one just a little bit too much on it, and giving Rontos too much work to do.
Look, it's really difficult to hit a mark like that the more height you get, especially when you're right up against the touchline.
What it does do is give the Sharks fantastic field position, a chance to extend their lead as Hall runs at Walker and Butcher. Trying to force a couple of their attacking weapons into doing some defence as Blanche Snedden stands, refuses to go to the ground like a colossus. Colley goes to Hall. Hall flicks it out the back to Colley. Colley rolls it in behind, chasing through. Rontos cleans it up. Can he get back in the field of play? You bet he can.
Done it again.
A little bit more urgency about that one from Rontos. Now the Dragons coming out of their own end. Westrup. Goes across to Booker Prater. He goes wider. Lavini. Now it's with Buckley. Buckley. How quick is he? He's got the fullback to beat. Takes him on. Great tackle there from Sam Pearson. And the mistake as well from Buckley. Well, that's a huge play from Sammy Pearson.
Here he is. He's just, at the moment, he's in two minds. He held his line. He didn't get drawn in. Didn't get drawn in. Held his line. Had confidence in his teammate to the left as well to keep the space. We've got the referee having another chat. No, this is the scrum down.
No, I think he's just getting a message on his Apple Watch, and he's got to reply to the missus. And
I'll pick up the milk on the way home.
Maybe he's checking the scores in the other games around the grounds as Matena Droga again running that good line. This time the gap closes. We have all the good oil around the grounds courtesy of McDonald's. The Litchfield Bears leading the South Darwin Rabbitohs 30 points to 0. Matena Droga going through the middle this time. Doing the hard stuff. Colley to Hall. Hall going to be hard to stop, and just holding on there, Warwick Williams. Colley again at dummy half. He has a look. He drops the ball. And you'd have to say no advantage here for the Dragons. Well, they're going to be made to play it in any case. They work it from right off their own try line. Butcher goes across. They're looking to use the ball from inside their 10. Nowhere to go. Barlow takes the tackle. Now Butcher. They're finding it hard work. There doesn't seem to be too many throwing their hand up, willing to take the tough carry in this set. Rontos comes in, puts boot to ball. It's a thumping kick. But still finds touch in pretty good field position from a Sharks perspective. Was that a 20-40?
It must have been.
Was that a 20-40?
It must have been.
Wow.
I was just thinking they look pretty. Yeah, that was. Well, there you go. A fairly average set finished off very, very nicely.
Didn't even clock that he kicked it from inside the 20. So he's kicked a 20-40. You don't see many of them. The offload and the Dragons are away. Shirley shows it. He dummied to no one. He takes them on and gets his second. Well, that was fantastic from Latham Shirley. The dummy it was a dummy chip kick. Fools the fullback. Goes away to score. And from a front toss, 20-40.
Oh, look
A
at that.
play later, they score.
So after we finished saying what, fairly average looking set, we didn't seem like there was anybody that wanted to take the tough carry. Finished off with a fantastic kick and then a fantastic run. First to score in the second half. That's what they needed to do. With a kick to come, Don, this could be less than 10. Well, it could be 10. I'm getting ahead of myself.
It could be almost exactly
It could
10.
be almost exactly 10. But
12
yeah, look,
12
there's
at the moment,
the
if you add
footy
2 to
side.
that.
There's the footy side. So we know they can play footy. We know how good they are. And I'm sure when they were in the sheds at half time, I'm sure the coaching staff would have said, boys, you tad these guys up not too long ago. You tad them up. It's the same set of players, same 13 out there each time. You just got to find your discipline. Keep your hand on the ball. And there you go.
Rob Butcher, he does make it almost exactly a 10-point margin. It's 22 points to 12 on the
There's
Chemist
that
Warehouse
offload
scoreboard. Big start to this second half.
Really good try.
After a they caught us napping here in the com box. The 20-40
But
from
there
Brontos.
wasn't much reaction from anybody, to be honest. Neither side reacted to it. Neither did the crowd. That was taken really well on the fingertips behind himself. Oh, shot.
Well, let's see if that can provide the inspiration required for the Nightcliff Dragons. Booker Prater dummies to the first runner. Montana Droga slams him down to the ground. Butcher, short pass. Playing the ball, Motlop. Shirley, Booker Prater, and the Sharks, they just kept moving up, and a good shot in around the ribs there from Brad Blanche netted. Butcher. He's kicking that one. Attacking the ball there. Pearson had to come forward to it. Play it back to Mick. It's Jaden Mick. Well, suddenly, the Sharks, they're struggling to get back on side. There's still players that aren't back, and they've come up with an error. The mistake from Gumban, and this game, well, it feels like momentum has completely
Like it's turning on its
turned.
head. It feels like it's turning. I'm just seeing a slight change in body language as well.
Well, a scrum feed here for the Dragons. If they can score back-to-back tries, belief will really start to build. Showing the ball on the outside. Mazzini eventually allowed up to play it. Booker Prater tips that on. Barlow. Shirley out of dummy half. Again picking up good metres. Gets the offload away. Barlow again. Flung over. Wants to play the ball. Gets tackled a second time. Addo Norris gives away the penalty. Well, that was frustration. And it'll be another set of 6 coming for the Dragons. Jay Barlow stayed down. He's
It's turning.
twisted an ankle here in that additional challenge. He's trying to get up, but struggling to his feet here, Barlow. Trainer making her way out onto the field to check on the ankle.
Well, this probably comes at the worst possible time for the Dragons. So they've just put together a pretty good first opening 10 of the second. Gives the Sharks an opportunity just to get into a huddle and just say, boys, let's calm down a bit here. We've done all the hard work in the first. We need to reset and get back to that position.
Recatch their breath.
Around the grounds, thanks to cash converters in WA. I don't know if you've got this.
The draw.
South Perth have won it by a point thanks to a field goal from
Harry de Beek.
Harry de Beek. Harry de Beek. South Perth have bounced back 29 points to 28. And for me, the thing from that one is that this season is well opened.
Kicking behind now for the Dragons, cleaned up in the in-goal. Matana Droga, he's dropped the ball. It'll be picked up by Booker Prater, going across field. He'll look for a straight runner. He doesn't find one, so has to straighten it himself. Another opportunity for the Dragons. Matana Droga looked like he'd done all the hard work to get back in the field of play, then lost a handle on it. Shirley out of dummy half. He finds a runner in Williams. Williams is rounded up and put down by Matana Droga. A second effort there from the Sharks, allowed to get away with it. Shirley finds Walker. He's trying to barge over. Butcher throws the long pass. Brontos one-on-one, pulls out of the tackle. The cover defence gets there. Well, they had to work hard, but they got there to save that try. Butcher takes on the line. He gets knocked over. Not falling for his dummies. Tackle 5. Someone else has to kick. Shirley takes on the responsibility and puts it over the dead ball line. The Sharks stand tall when it counts.
I'll tell you what, after a pretty flumsy, is that a word? Flumsy carry coming out of his own goal end, they've just put in a fantastic, like that one, put in a fantastic defensive effort to keep them out because they were in for all money.
Word of the year, flumsy. I think that's the perfect description. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah,
it was clumsy.
Yep.
Yeah, McKillop goes out the other side. Throws the long pass. They get out to the winger. Jayden Mick flings it back inside.
What a tackle.
Put down is Kai Alden. Had to be made.
Slows it down
Ferreira. Now Collie throws the long pass. Another long pass. They find some space with Snedden. The ball hits the deck. Who wants it? Knocked backwards by Hall. Not the second time. There's a knock on in there. Well, the scramble from both sides has been on show in the last 3 minutes.
I just had the feeling in that set that there was a bit of frustration. You could see on the faces actually from the Sharks. They've come out probably expecting something similar to the first half, and the Dragons are putting together some good strings of play here. I just feel like the Sharks are getting a bit frustrated that the players aren't going their own way.
But as you were saying, 29-28, a fantastic game in the fuel to go and play Premiership. But I tell you what it does mean though is the Fremantle Roosters are now losing. Well, they've lost.
They've lost, but
they've lost like 3 games by less than 6 points in the last month.
Well,
they keep losing close games, and they're actually losing touch with the top 3.
Yeah, actually, now that you've said that, that is significant. You've got to be able to win those close games. But on the flip side of that, Harry de Beek misses that, or something else goes a different way. You throw a blanket over 5 teams now.
They certainly compete in every game, but on the competition table, they just cannot seem to win those close games against the other teams above them on the ladder at the moment. Because the Willagee Bears lost today, it was an opportunity really for Fremantle to move from 4th up towards 3rd. Sloppy play the ball as Butcher goes to the sky. Vrontos taps it backwards. That should be play on, is it? We've got a player offside in front of the kicker. Around the grounds courtesy of McDonald's, the Litchfield Bears extending their lead over the South Darwin Rabbitohs. They're up to 40 points to 0 in that one. Got a real ball game here, and of course the game earlier today, Brothers, too good for Palmerston, 36-14. And the True Flow Services Premiership had a bit of a turn up for the books in one of the games there. Well, it looks like that scoreline might have been updated now. Brothers and Palmerston. It wasn't a 6-4 win as it originally was to Palmerston. It's now 62-6.
Yes.
Brothers did win that game.
And the talk was that order has been restored. I don't know if I don't think the other side will agree that order has been restored. But
well, that was a shock score.
It was a shock score. But I was shocked by their shockedness. If that's another word. Because I would have thought that if that had stood, it surely would have reverberated around the entire TRL precinct. And
Litchfield beating South Darwin in the True Flow Services Premiership as well, 68 points to 6. So similar scorelines in both games in the women's competition this week. Unfortunately, a couple of blowouts.
And we did have a forfeit as well, unfortunately.
Yeah, I wasn't going to mention that one, but actually I wasn't sure which of the two teams forfeited. But the kick now, Nick goes back with the flight of the ball, takes it well, hands it off to Pearson, who's going in the right direction. He's beaten a couple of staggered chasing line there from the Nightcliff Dragons. Now it's with Hall. Hall stands in the tackle, gets another offload. Mick, who started it with a good catch, finds his front, wants to play the ball quickly, plays it back to Collie. Collie looking for a runner, finds Mick. Now Salia through one. He's dragged down. Slowing the play the ball down there, Booker Prater. Mick, touched by the Dragons. Oh! Buckley's got it, and I think they're going to call it back for the knock on.
Second opportunity he's had, to run it down that far edge, and it's come to the same conclusion.
Yeah, we were really going to get a chance to see if there was anybody fast enough to run him down from behind. But the first knock on that initial touch for the Sharks will get the scrum feed with Cooper Field. Chance for them to potentially extend this lead. We come up towards the hour mark of this game. Potter, great run straight from the scrum win. He tries to carry the whole team. He's almost there. He came down short, couldn't help himself. A second effort to get over the line. It's a double movement, penalty to the Dragons. Well, it was a powerful run. He felt like he deserved the reward of the try, so he tried to take it.
Not how it works. Instead of getting a replay. So there, he's down there.
He comes down well short.
He's right in front of the
reaches out. Classic double movement.
Referee's right there. Ball hit the deck.
Williams taps and goes after the penalty. Dragons still well and truly in the hunt as they go through. A nice run.
What's he slowing up for?
Westrup was just waiting for someone to loom up in support. Shirley on the back of that. Turned underneath to Walker. Walker. Tackle around the ankles from Salia. Booker Prater, dummies. Dummied the pass, dummied to kick, and Field holds him up and drives him backwards. The ball comes free. And the error from the Dragons. And we've got 20 minutes to go, a 10-point ball game. You feel like it doesn't matter when it happens, but the Dragons have to be next to score.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. I mean, they've looked a lot better in this second half.
They definitely have.
If they're going to commit handling errors, you better to do it up that side of the ground than in their own end.
The only team to put points on in this second half, 20 minutes into it. They're leading the half 6 points to 0, but that is a very poor consolation prize. They're behind by 10. Sharks player hit hard here and has stayed down. Referee again communicating with his sideline officials.
I think I heard the word shoulder. There was an immediate concern as he went down.
Well, he stayed down. He barely moved for a while there, Ralph Gumban, but he's back on his feet now, and he looks like he's going to be allowed to stay on the field. The trainer's headed over to have a chat to one of the other players on the field. Not sure what that's about. But we get back underway. Just heavy contact on Salia from Westrup. Collie works down a short side. Hall inside ball to Pearson. Collie works the blind side. The kick from Mick. And that's out on the full. Well, the experience there of Damien Mick just bites off more than he can chew. You expect better from him.
Another opportunity for the Dragons.
Now with Motlop. Gets an offload. And a kick in the first tackle. I don't know whether that was the right option, but they get an okay result. Ends up back in the hands of Booker Prater.
I think he saw something on his left. He tried to thread the needle, didn't work.
Goes to Walker again, who's getting involved. Standing in the tackle, he attracts 4 defenders. Doesn't quite have the quickest to play the balls though. Now the kick from Butcher. Buckley gets the blouse, gets the ball to the line. Touch judge, he's set sideline, he's fine. He's cleared it. Referee puts to the spot.
Oh my Lord, everything's coming up Dragons. And again, Don, off the back of a great kick. Off the back of a great kick. Placed that really well. He got the bounce, just dragged it from left to right, swung it over the line. Touchy right there. All good. All good, son. Give him a pie.
Oh, well, he's in the perfect spot. Yep. He said he did not touch the sideline, got the ball to the line. That is fine. It was a good pickup from Aiden Buckley. He's had some opportunities in this game, and that's the first one he's really been able to convert. Puts a big smile on his dial. We've got a 6-point ball game and a conversion attempt from the sideline to try and make it 4.
They look like a different team in this second 40. And the longer this goes on, I said before, the Dragons are the Sharks are looking frustrated. Things are not going the way they want.
Not doing a lot of things right. They were a team in the first half that looked calm, going through their processes, trusting in their own process. Suddenly they're being challenged. And that process is starting to break down. But what's not breaking down is the goal kicking of Rob Butcher. Nails the sideline conversion. It is 22-18. The Sharks, they're still in front on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. We've got 16 and a half minutes to go. Plenty of time for more chapters be written in this contest. Allowed to bounce from the kickoff and a bit of a juggle there from Corey Westrup. Well, sometimes all you can do is giggle. Booker Prater gives that on, and the Dragons, they come up with the error and they hand the opportunity and momentum. It's just, you can feel it. It's like being in space. All of a sudden a vacuum has been created. The air has been sucked out of the room.
It's like a elastic band being pulled tight and bang.
Must complete after points. A pretty poor error. The Sharks. Can they make them pay? Comes out to Addo Norris. Defensively better on him on that occasion than they were when they allowed him to score. Field turns it underneath the Tuifua. Collie hitting a hard line. Potter, ball comes out. Picked up by Booker Prater. Gets one over the top of the shoulders. Now he's thrown backwards by McKillop. Walker. Left Tuifua behind. Shirley gets out of the tackler Hall, who comes over the top to finish him off. Now with Westrup. Shirley on the back of the quick play of the ball. Now to Motlop. Motlop flicks it out. Good hands from Shirley. Goes across, they go wide. Trying to go through the hole, they are through the hole. But then drop the ball, Lavini puts it down. No, he's held onto it, he's just been tackled, told to play it. Butcher across to Motlop. Motlop stands up Hall, he gets past Collie, he runs at Pearson. He finds the grass. Now with Butcher. Butcher rolling it in behind. And knock on there, I think, right at the end from Williams. I think it was backwards off the Sharks.
I think he had to.
Looked like a knock on from the Dragons. I don't know that the referee was in position to see this. He might be about to award it. Well, he's got a goal line dropout.
Okay.
I thought knocked backwards by the Sharks and then knocked on by the Dragons, but
another good kick. Another good kick.
must have got a first knock on against the Sharks, so an opportunity for Nightcliff. The Sharks to me look like they are fading. They are running out of puff. And we got a penalty for a shoulder charge. It's a 4-point margin, not 2, so
crowds come to the voice as well.
The 2 points won't help anybody. The Dragons looking to settle things down, ready to go. Launching once more. Brenton Motlop picks out a target. Carries 3 and 4 towards the line. Surely it'll open up. Well, it closed quickly enough. Motlop to dummy half. Well, I thought he'd made a meal of it, but somehow he has a crack at the line. He's short. Shirley trying to go through, can't find a way through there, Pringle. On tackle 5. It's been a poor set. It comes to Butcher, looks for a good finish to the poor set. And it's knocked over the dead ball line by Pearson. Was there a touch from the Dragons? I don't think there was. A goal line dropout to come again. We see this chase.
Yep.
Well,
Just got his head.
I think Cram might have touched it. before Pearson did, and it's going to be another goal line dropout, and probably another one harshly going against the Northern Sharks. So they have to defend once more, another repeat set. The kick goes across field, not really an opportunity for the Sharks to compete, but it's fairly short. Cram gets out a dummy half, steps once, twice. Wrestled to the ground by Newman. Shirley comes across and it's with Westrup. He's wrestled down by Hall. Hall wants to get to marker. Westrup doesn't want to let him. Taking the line on Butcher. Butcher, he can see the line, but his arms aren't long enough. Quick play the ball. Shirley, Walker. Walker burrows in. Can he get the ball down? Held up will be the call.
Or is he saying locked on?
He's saying he's lost it.
Yep.
He's saying he's lost it over the line. The Sharks, they will hold on and they will come out to the 20-metre line for the restart. Well, we have 10 minutes of drama remaining. And the Sharks, they are clinging to a 22-18 lead on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard.
Referee in perfect position. Straight onto it. AWST did get out his end. They've been down there for too long defending.
Well, this is a must-complete set for the Sharks. They've got to get through this set. A good run from Alden. He's been strong for them tonight. It comes to Mick. He's not going to kick that one out on the full. It's a good kick. He finds grass. A pretty good return, though, from Ferreira. Play it back to Vrontos. He'll go for a run from dummy half. He settle in the calm before the storm. Buckley, he goes to Lavini. Lavini finds the ground. They go a couple wide with Westrup. Westrup comes out the other side almost. Colley just holds on. He's got a release. Shirley with only one marker. Goes to Butcher. Butcher fires a long pass. And on the outside goes Williams. Williams gets run down from behind by Matena Droga. Pringle to Butcher. Again puts the kick in behind field. He goes back into the end goal. He thought about running over the dead ball line and thought, I better have a go at trying to get back in the field of play. Can't do so, and it'll be another goal line dropout. And Rob Butcher, he is just building that pressure over and over and over again.
It's another good set right up the ground. They've got inside the end zone. This is what, the fourth goal line dropout or third? No, I think it's the fourth. So they've been down here for a good 10 minutes and some. Goes across field again.
Again, it's a nothing dropout. It's not long. It's not contestable. It's not. It's just short crap. It is not a good dropout.
Again, aren't they?
Now Ferreira beats the charging defence there of Alden. He's shut down and will play the ball. Flat pass across to Westrup. Westrup goes through. He's got one to beat. He's over the line. He gets it down. A try to Corey Westrup. Levels this game with a kick to come.
What a fantastic run. What a fantastic run. You're talking about the pressure, Donnie. I was going to say the dam. The dam was just cracking. And you just... That, for me, that run there just signifies, just shows what you were talking about before. They were just holding on. They were just waiting for something. They were waiting for the siren. I mean, he had no right, no authority to bust through those four tackles, 4 plays he went through.
Well, he's done it a few times tonight. He's had a really good performance, Corey Westrup, and just tops it off with a fantastic solo try. There wasn't much doing. It was just a settling run, but he runs it hard and he runs it straight and just wanted it more. He got to the line. He had the fullback in front of him. Sam Pearson tried to put his body in front to stop him, but he just reaches out, slams it down, catches a piece of the chalk. And again, referee perfectly positioned to see it hit the ground, hit the grass, awards the try. And Butcher now with a pretty simple attempt to put the Dragons in front for the first time in this game. Remembering, after 25 minutes, they trailed 16-0.
There was at one point towards the back end of the first half, Don, where you said they had an opportunity to close the gate before the halftime whistle. They have been significantly better in this second half by a long measure. There's this run again. Strength, power, bang. Just switch from his left to his right. Or is that? Yep. Just working that out. Yep, left to his right. Slammed it down.
Well, it's been an 18-0 second half so far. Do the Sharks have anything left? They don't look like they've got a lot of gas in the tank. But can the Dragons give them an invitation? Well, the Sharks, they look like they're ready to open right up as Ferreira from the kickoff. Butcher, he's going to kick on the first play, looking for a 40-20, is he? He's got a 40-20. Vrontos was leading the chase in any case. Well, Vrontos himself kicked a 20-40 earlier. Now Rob Butcher a 40-20. And it is the Nightcliff Dragons ready to put the final nail in the coffin inside this final five.
Oh, everything's coming up Nightcliff at the moment. Again, kicking.
Tackle one. Tackle one, he put that kick in.
Kicking again.
That is just an enormous play. Walker put down. Shirley barks some instructions, finds his runner. Does he want another one, Westrup? Gets a quick play of the ball. Walker has a crash himself. Great tackle down low. Pass across to Butcher, steps, beats one. Butcher starts it with a 40-20 and he finishes it. It's a 6-point ball game. If he converts this try, as he should, 8 points will get the Dragons home.
The Sharks, they looked done a while ago, but there's another just loose tackle there. I want to know what was said in the sheds at halftime. They have come out, and they are a different side. Disciplined, completing the sets, playing, not getting frustrated. They appear to be getting frustrated in that first half. The Sharkies were playing the opposite. I mean, they were playing the disciplined footy. They were frustrating the Dragons. They were trying to force things. And they've come out, they've had a good chat in the break. And they found the footy team that was in them, Donny.
Well, I feel like we've had the Dragons on the broadcast game the last couple of weekends, and I've felt like they've been smashed in the two games that we've covered them, and I've said in both games that they're a better team than what they're showing on both of those occasions. And in the first half, again, it was like, I know there's a footy team in there. You see flashes of it, and this second half they've produced it. Maybe this is the catalyst to see them produce this more often.
Well, in this second half, we're not talking about discipline.
No.
We're not talking about loose carries. We're not talking about offsides. We're not talking about knock-ons. We're not talking about high tackles. We're not talking about solo runs that weren't needed, passes that weren't there. I mean, the first few times we've seen them on the live stream, that's what they've been about. Just loose footy. This is a completely different side.
This is controlled, measured, doing a lot of things right. Not the best strike that he's had today, Butcher, but it counts as 2 points. This 8-point margin, that looks insurmountable to me. It is 30 points to 22 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard with 2 minutes to play.
Well, what a turn up. Can this be the... We've just... I don't know what it is. Who's booking these fixtures? We've just seen a game in the WA Premiership, the Field to Go Play Premiership, where you could suggest it's going to restart the season of the Giants, the Joondalup Giants. Is this the catalyst for the Nightcliff Dragons to re-spark their season in 25?
Well, I mean, to be fair, it was a game they were expected to win. They probably made it a lot harder than we expected, and full credit to the Sharks. I think they have run out of puff at the back end of this game. Their fitness levels not quite where they need to be, but they've been more than spirited, leading 22-6 at half-time. It'll be one they feel has gotten away, and they're losing grip on that top 4 spot as well.
Yeah, plenty of work for them to do. Bridesmaids last year. Although we have, Cam and Axe have mentioned in the past that they do have quite a big change to their roster this year.
I'll tell you, this young fella Cooper Field hasn't given up. He was screaming at his teammates to get onside so he could kick for the sideline there. He still thinks they can pull something out of the fire. I think they're out of time. They're out of puff. They've been outplayed in this second half by the Nightcliff Dragons. The kick's going to come through early in the count from Blanche Snedden. That'll go into touch. A bit of a nothing kick, which is symbolic of the Sharks' second half. They just haven't been able to find what they had in that opening 40.
Well, again, no disrespect to the Sharks in their first half performance. For me, it's all the Dragons. I mean, they weren't playing very good footy in the first half. The Sharks were playing disciplined, structured footy. And there it is. There's the siren. We've been rewarded with some great games this season. This is one of them. Cracking second half. We'd almost all but written them off heading into the sheds at half-time, and they've managed to prove everybody wrong and pull something out of the fire.
Yeah, I think we were one try to the Sharks away from saying game over. The Sharks had been able to score in that attacking section before half-time, and I would have been just about ready to call the game over. But the Dragons have come out. They've put in a flawless second half performance, 18-0 in the second half to get a 30-22 win.
Well, it's that time of the night where we get to throw up to our colleagues upstairs at TRL, Axe and Cam. Fellas, what a second half from Nightcliff. How did you see that?
Definitely a game of two halves. The Northern Sharks really camped out in the Dragons' territory in that first half, but as you said, what did Sam Irwin say to the Dragons at half-time? Because they were a different team in the second half, and as Donnie said during the call, this is the team that we know that they can be. They are last year's minor premiers. We've been frustrated by their performances the last few weeks around drop ball, about poor discipline. But they showed in the second half that they've got it in them to put it together, and we saw that they were able to overturn that halftime score. They were down 22 points to 6, held the Sharks scoreless in the second half, and managed to run into some tries to take out the game 30 points to 22. Look, the Dragons, they had lots of great performance in the second half. A few notable mentions. I thought their hooker, Latham Shirley, he was outstanding. In fact, the hooker battle all night between Latham Shirley and Jacob Colley was a real highlight for me. We saw the halves in Butcher and Brooker Prater for the Nightcliff Dragons. They really lifted in the second half. I thought their captain and lock forward, Brenton Motlop, he was outstanding. Westrap, one of the bigger bodies out on the field, we really started to see him make an impact in the second half there. And Shawnee Walker, well, he's inspirational, and you saw him come up with some big plays there towards the end. He didn't stop giving up all night for the Nightcliff Dragons. And definitely, this is a football team that has character, and it's character that we haven't seen the last few weeks. They've been poor discipline, lots of drop ball, but in that second half, they had every reason to put their heads down and not try and get back into this game, but they show that they are a team of character. And now in the DABSCO Premiership ladder, they extend the gap between 4 and 5. The Dragons will go to 6 points. The Sharks will remain on 2. So now a 2-win differential between the Dragons and the Sharks for that much fought after 4th position for the NRL NT DABSCO Premiership Finals.
Cam and Don, Dave, it's been great to be down on the sideline, and it's just been passionate footy. For me, a few players to stand out in the number 5 jersey for the Nightcliff Dragons would be Rontos. He's just been hot on the job all night. He's getting the job done for the team. Lathan Shirley in jersey number 9. Cam, I'll have to send this footage through from my phone. What a try stopper that was. He's got in there. He's got the job done so hard and so fast to save another try. And 13 for Brenton Motlop performance out there. Cam, before we jump too far into the wrap-up, I do have a statement from the NRL NT regarding the incident in the first term. We can confirm on behalf of NRL NT, yes, there was a biting incident. That's been put on report and that goes to judiciary, and no further comment will be made.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that, Axe. Look, true flows. You go, Dave, Don.
No, I was just going to say thanks for that, Axe. Look, I've got a question for you fellas. Where now for the Sharks? I know you've mentioned in previous weeks that they do have a bit of a roster turnover, but where do they go from here?
Yeah, well, if they could produce what they did in the first half, they might get some wins on the board. But the second half, they were outplayed by and out-enthused by the Nightcliff Dragons, who were able to control the football a little bit better. Early on in the season, we saw some really solid performances from the Sharks. Their 5'8" back then, I think he sustained a leg injury. That was Samika. He wasn't out there. Mallard, I didn't see him out there tonight. Tommy Gunn, we didn't call him. So there are a few players missing for the Sharks. Local footy, if you can get the same group of 1 through to 17 on the field week in, week out, that goes a long way to winning football games. You know each other's plays, you know the combinations. Consistency, I think you might have called it during the game. Consistency breeds confidence, and that breeds wins out there on the football field. It just wasn't there for the Sharks tonight, particularly in the second half. Yeah, I think they've just got to try and get the players back down to training. They've got to get the players out on the field. We make the assumption that it's injuries and work commitments why they aren't there, because we know they are such a capable side, and we saw that in the early rounds of the DABSCO Premiership. We saw it in patches in the first half. Really, they camped out in the Dragons' territory. I thought Adam Hall he played well tonight. He defended well. He ran hard. Collie was exceptional at hooker. But they just need their best 1 to 17 out there on the park week in, week out.
Absolutely, Cam. I just want to add there, I was on the back of the try line, just behind the media line before in the closing moments of that game. The captain from the Northern Sharks was absolutely into them after that last Dragons try. He basically said, we know what we did wrong. It's silly what we've done. Don't do it again. Move forward with what we've worked for and stop giving the ball away so easy. So I know the Sharks had the feeling for that tonight. I think, Cam, from the way I see it, they go back to the training and they go back to the basics and they review tonight's game. They come back and learn from their mistakes tonight.
Damien Mick, you know, he held his own out there tonight, very experienced. I thought Jaden Mick on the wing, he's showing some promise there. Sam Pearson in the first half at fullback, he had some great runs, but he was a little bit quiet in the second half as well. Ewan McKillop, he's a big fella up front. I think they've got the basis there. They just need to get their best 17, 1 through to 17, on the field each week, and I think we'll see their performances improve.
Well, fellas, again, great wrap-up, fantastic game of footy, especially in that second half to see the Dragons come back, Don. And boys, you're up there each week putting in a fantastic performance. I just, if you don't mind, I want to have the last word, and you guys could probably touch on this. I just want to call out on the broadcast, I don't know if they're watching now, but I just want to make a call out to the Crow family. We know that they're in a, well, it's a bad time for them. I just want to give all of our love and thoughts out to the Crow family. You boys probably know, as does everyone up in NRL NT, how invested the whole family is with the game of rugby league since they've been up there. They're going through a tough time. The family's headed off to Queensland to support a loved one. We just wish them all the best, and our thoughts and our love are all with them. So if you're watching Crowy and Co, we know we're thinking of you, and all the love to you.
Yeah, well said there. Just to wrap up, I suppose, the night here, I think you spoke really well there, Dave. Brothers 62 defeated the Raiders 6. This is in the True Flow Services Premiership. The Dragons and Sharks, that game didn't take place. It was a forfeit. And the Bears 68, big winners over South 6. In the DABSCO Premiership, we had Brothers 36 over the Raiders 14. The Dragons, second half comeback we've seen here tonight, 30 points to 22 over the Sharks. The Bears Souths game, that will wrap up soon. Bears are winning by a very long margin there. Next week we have Brothers v Bears. That will be 1v2, so two of the big three to go head-to-head next week. That will be a great clash, and I suppose if Brothers can get a victory there.
13th of June, Cam, a week off do we have?
That's very true. We've got CAS next week, don't we? The combined affiliated states next week. Thanks, Axe, for picking me up on that. We'll see Brothers up against Bears. That will be 1v2. Dragons and Souths. Well, the Dragons are on 6 points now. A game against Souths, there's an opportunity for them to go to 8 and extend that lead between them and the Sharks. And then Raiders and the Sharks, that will be an interesting... Hopefully we see the Sharks from the first half, not the Sharks from the second half. So we're wrapping up round 7 here up at NRL NT TRL Stadium. Dave and Don, it's been another great weekend of football. We're going to take a break next weekend because the CAS is on down in Victoria, the combined affiliated states, and we will see you back up here in a fortnight at TRL Stadium.
But we are also going to be tuned into WCBH 9 a.m. Saturday morning, and we'll recap and we'll talk about all things NRL plus a little bit more.
Absolutely, fellas. Looking forward to catching up with you next week and probably the week after. But yeah, a week off for CAS, so no footy in the top end next week, but there's footy in WA, Don. And at the end of the day, we hope we bring a lot of fun and excitement to everyone that watches this game and loves this game. But again, my final thought, it is just a game. There's more important things out there. So our love, our thoughts with the Crow family. We'll get around you, and I hope everything's well. Don, that's it from us here at TRL, from the boys upstairs, from us in WA, from all the team and all the crew. It's been a fantastic Super Saturday. We'll catch you again next week.